Hey, 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 welcome. It's Thursday. It's a new month. It's the 1st of August. Wow, the year has gone by so fast. What are you reflecting on? What are you thankful for? Wow. And so today is 1st August. Welcome to the show, GTV Breakfast across social media. Our WhatsApp number is 055-556-1034. Our show is very, very interactive. You can connect with us. My name is Valerie Danso across all platforms. You know how we do it. It's the first day of the month, and so we want something to ginger you and sort of motivate you into the rest of the year. And in the first quarter, well, the first segment of the show, we are going to have a conversations on New Beginning series, and we are titling it Stamina to Finish Strong. What are your tips to finishing strong? Let us know, okay? And inspire some people today. And then we'll step into the sports center. We'll have our updates on sports. We'll also have the newspaper review. Alan will be around town today, either doing a keep an eye on a road near you or keeping an eye on a constituency. And so stick and stay for that. Also, the discussions of the newspaper review, we have the Sheikh and the Rev. They are back. The two are back today. And then we'll be having a discussion, an exclusive on the DRIP project with a deputy local government minister. Yesterday, we went live on air with the DRIP. And then heading on to the lighter side, we're going to have a conversation on money. Times are rough. We are looking for ways to save money. And so we are going to have a conversation on how to manage financial stress and anxiety. How do you manage financial stress and anxiety? Follow us, let us know across social media. We are GTV Ghana. In a couple of seconds, multi-sider Sadiq, who is sporting a nice shade of blue, will be giving us what's trending in the news. Meanwhile, greetings to you, King Kaf, Thelma, Jay, and Alan. We are live and active. See you on the newsy side.
Welcome to GTV Breakfast News. Lots of stories making headlines this morning, beginning your month on the local and the foreign front to bring you politics, business and trade, and take you to the international front in Africa and the world. I am multi-sider Sadika. You can watch the news live on GTV Ghana on Facebook. We're streaming there on YouTube, the GBC Ghana. On DSTV, you can watch us on channel 278. Let's begin with the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who is describing his government's achievement in road construction in the country as unparalleled when he presented more than 2,000 essential road equipment to metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies in Accra. The president said his government since 2017 has constructed more than 12,000 kilometers of roads, and that cannot be matched. The construction machinery will be used for road construction, reshaping and maintenance to improve on accessibility and safety on the roads.
District Road Improvement Program, DRIP, is an initiative of the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development in partnership with the District Assembly's Common Fund and JA Plant Pool. DRIP will address the long-distance challenges of poor road conditions across the country especially in rural areas. It is modeled after the government's flagship projects such as One District, One Factory, One Constituency, One Ambulance, One Village, One Dam, and other initiatives. Through this program, all the 261 metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies will receive excavators, backhoe loaders, wheel loaders, motor graders, skid steer loaders, compact rollers, articulated dump trucks, water tankers, and various essential equipment critical for road maintenance operations. It will be under the supervision of the technical engineers at the assemblies, engineers from highways, the 48th Regiment of the Ghana Armed Forces, and other relevant agencies. DRIP is to enhance the convenience and connectivity of communities, fostering economic growth and development. Madam Irene Natoshi Ado is the administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund, the promoters of the program.
I want to assure you that the MMDCs will put these machines to good use, and none of them will be found at any Galamsey site.
The Minister for Roads and Highways, Francis Asenso-Boakye, was optimistic the program will open various rural communities for economic development. Mr. Martin Ejay Mensah-Kosa is the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development.
The biggest threat to this initiative would be mismanagement or misuse of these equipment. And we as managers are going to ensure strict compliance to make sure that the goal and the dream is achieved.
The Finance Minister, Dr. Amin Adam, assured of more investment into the country's road sector.
The government has invested 10 billion Ghana cedis in the road sector alone since January 2024, expanding our road network and delivering on numerous infrastructure projects.
To the President, Nana Akufo-Addo, these equipment are a testament to the government's unwavering commitment to road construction in Ghana.
Since January 2017 till date, i.e. the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia era, we've witnessed exceptional improvements in our road network nationwide. We've successfully completed a total of 12,830 kilometers of roads across the country and added 6 more interchanges.
He called on the various assemblies to ensure effective and judicious use of the equipment.
The District Road Improvement Program, DRIP, is not just about roads. It is essentially about people. It is about ensuring that the benefits of our nation's economic growth are felt by every Ghanaian, regardless of where they live.
The District Road Improvement Program is expected to create more than 5,000 jobs at the various assemblies.
And let's take you to Parliament now, where the minority in the House, the minority members on Parliament's Committee on Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development have expressed their disappointment over the exclusion of members of the Committee of the District, of members of Parliament from the Oversight Management Committee of the District Road Network Improvement Program, DRIP, which was launched yesterday by President Akufo-Addo in Accra. The ranking member on the Local Government and Rural Development Committee, Mr. Edwin Ni Lante Vanderpoy, said the MPs should have been included in the committee that will have oversight responsibility in the DRIP.
While we appreciate the invitation to the program and fully support the initiative, the Local Government Committee, realizing the quantum of outstanding arrears on the quarterly releases from the Ministry of Finance to the District Assembly's Common Fund, took the initiative to demand that these arrears be paid to the DACF for onward disbursement to the assemblies. However, taking into consideration the numerous complaints by the honourable members of Parliament regarding the adverse impact of deplorable road conditions in their districts, we, together with the administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund, decided that these arrears should be used to acquire equipment for the MMDAs, for the road maintenance. At the Committee of the Whole, and the Administrator faithfully assured all MPs that they will be involved in the management of the program. This assurance was reiterated by the Minister for Local Government and Decentralization and Rural Development. However, surprisingly, in the speech of the President this afternoon, he mentioned that the program would be directly under the supervision and authority of the MMDCs. The MPs have been solely deleted from the management of this program, and it's painful because we have created it, and we are assured that we, together with the MMDCs, will manage the management, the projects, and also the initiative of this program. We are by this press conference asking that this bad faith exhibited by the government and the exclusion of the members of parliament must be reversed immediately.
Still on the DRIP project, about 5,000 direct jobs are expected to be created under the District Road Improvement Program, DRIP, says the Group Chief Executive Officer of Zoomlion, Mr. Joseph Siao Ejapong. Mr. Siao Ejapong said even prior to rolling out of the DRIP, 2,000 hands were engaged to see to the assembling of 80% of the equipment.
We took bold steps to ensure that this project significantly benefits our nation. As a testament of our commitment to local content, a large majority of this equipment purchase was assembled here in Ghana. In the process, we employed about 2,000 personnel. We also required assistance from the Ghana Armed Forces through the 48th Engineer Regiment to support the process of assembling. Indeed, the opportunities created through this program is very fast, and we're looking at 5,000 individuals, including drivers, operators, mechanics, welders, sprayers, janitors, and many others. This initiative will not only support the economic growth of our country, but also empower Ghanaians with valuable skills and a stable employment.
And the Ministry of Roads and Highways has unveiled a maintenance app and a call center. The Sector Minister, Mr. Francis Asensio-Boakye, explained that the platforms will allow the public to report road defects for prompt attention. Mr. Asensio-Boakye emphasized that government is committed to improving the road network and to make Ghana a transport hub in West Africa.
Since the assumption into office in 2016, the Akufo-Addo-led administration has made significant investments in road construction. The Minister for Roads and Highways, Mr. Francis Asensio-Boakye, pointed out that from 2009 to 2016, the road network was expanded by 4,636 kilometers, adding that the current administration has added 12,800 kilometers of roads, marking a significant increase. According to him, government acknowledges road infrastructure development as a necessary precondition for any serious socio-economic development, adding that roads do not just connect people but promote trade, tourism, and other economic activities. The establishment of the Road Maintenance Mobile Application and Call Center are to address public concerns about road defects. The maintenance app will enable citizens to report potholes and other road issues by submitting photos and location information in real time. At the launch of the two platforms in Accra, the Sector Minister, Mr. Asensio-Boakye, emphasized the need for improved road maintenance in the country. He was confident that prioritizing maintenance, particularly in critical areas like pothole patching and spot improvements, will help address the country's poor road maintenance culture.
With this app, the ministry seeks to develop a comprehensive awareness and engagement for active participation of the citizenry in road maintenance reporting and encourage widespread use of reporting platforms. The call center and the app underscore our commitment to infrastructure excellence and community involvement in road maintenance.
The Director of Monitoring and Evaluation at the Ministry of Roads and Highways, Mr. Francis Ahlijo, explains the process of accessing the new app.
When you identify a problem, especially potholes in our urban centers, please, if you are driving, please park your car safely, come out of the car. The app allows you to take a picture. Once you say make a report, it automatically opens your camera. So it takes a picture, it takes the location of the spot, and you submit. The app is available now on Android and iOS. It's called Maintain My Road. You see the yellow logo with the geographical sign on it. You can download it for free.
The maintenance center, as well as the innovative app, is in full operation now. The ministry is urging all citizens to download, saying active participation and collaborative efforts are crucial in achieving the goal to foster road safety and ultimately enhance economic growth nationwide. Access can be made via Play Store or App Store.
And the Majority Leader, Mr. Alexander Afenyo-Markin, has petitioned the Speaker of Parliament, Mr. Alban Bagbin, to recall Parliament. The move follows the Majority Caucus displeasure of the Speaker's decision to indefinitely adjourn the third meeting on Tuesday, July 30, 2024. In a letter addressed to Mr. Bagbin on Wednesday, July 31, Mr. Afenyo-Markin highlighted the need for the recall to facilitate discussions and execution of critical government matters. This includes the motion on the financing agreement between the Government of Ghana and the International Development Association, requests for tax exemptions for designated beneficiaries under the One District, One Factory program, the Ghana Financial Stability Fund, and certain bills. Security matters. The Minister for National Security, Mr. Kandapaa, says Ghana continues to be confronted with the threat of electoral violence, which has in the past threatened to destroy the country. When he addressed the Ghana Catholic Bishops' Conference in Accra, Mr. Dapaa emphasized the importance of not underestimating this threat, warning that it could compromise the integrity of the country's democracy. The conference also saw the launch of the Sahel Peace Initiative, Ghana to promote unity, security, and peaceful elections in the sub-region.
At SPI National Forum on Social Cohesion, Security and Peaceful Elections in Accra, the Minister for National Security, Mr. Kandapaa, was concerned over the heightened stakes and the fervent aspirations of the two major political parties. According to him, such ambitious comment from the two major political parties have the potential to incite violence on election day if one party loses. This, he added, is a test of our democracy to uphold the peace Ghana enjoys. Mr. Dapaa emphasized the importance of maintaining peace and stability during electoral process, highlighting past instances where such violence has nearly torn the nation apart.
This can create a situation that can set the stage for chaos. And it underscores the need for us to build a robust and transparent electoral system where results can be from safe will be acceptable by all parties as a way of guaranteeing peace before, during, and after the election.
In an interview with the GBC News, the president of the Ghana Catholic Bishops' Conference, Most Reverend Matthew Kwesi Gyamfi, also stressed the need for political parties to accept the outcome of the election and not take advantage of the peace Ghana enjoys by inciting people for distraction.
Ghanaians at the grassroots, at different strata of society, must also be aware of their responsibility. When somebody loses and comes to incite you or inform you that we have lost, they cheated us, they did this, they did that, when we have right ways to correct those things there, the Ghanaian must be very, very, very careful.
The EU ambassador to Ghana, Mr. Aikad Razali, said peace is very expensive and sacrifices must be made one time or the other to maintain it, urging political parties to accept the outcome of the polls.
As the politics, the presidential candidates of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, Mr. John Dramani Mahama has officially introduced his running mate, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, to the Central Regional House of Chiefs. The visit is Mr. John Mahama's first public event after his campaign launch in Tamale. He emphasized that the next NDC administration will prioritize development in the Central region.
Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman is from the Central Region and a native of Komenda. Her official introduction to the Central Regional House of Chiefs was to pay homage and further solicit prayers and support from the chiefs and people for their daughter. The president of the Central Regional House of Chiefs, Odefuamu Akombuedu, thanked the former president for the confidence reposed in Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. He assured Mr. Mahama of the House's support and prayers for their election. He urged the former president to make the region a priority in terms of development, especially roads, reducing unemployment, among others, when he is voted into power. Odefuamu Akombuedu also called for the strengthening of the chieftaincy institution and give back some authority to the chiefs to deal with some social challenges. The flag bearer of the NDC, Mr. John Dramani Mahama, emphasized the achievement and integrity of Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, highlighting the role she played during her tenure as the former Minister of Education.
Her dedication to service, her passion for education, and her stoic, unapologetic commitment to the development of our nation makes her an exemplary leader and a worthy running mate for me. Her vision aligns with our collective aspirations for a prosperous Ghana where every citizen has the opportunity to thrive.
The 2024 running mate of the NDC, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, thanked the former president for choosing her in their quest to rescue the country from economic challenges.
Na yenye mihumu hunda mankusi na minyim kakrebi na kese no onananu monisem onuanu monisem owadofo monisem o mo party ma monisem na hanamba tobara so ejina ho na mada party NDC ase.
Traditional prayers were offered to the NDC flag bearer and his running mate as they embark on several activities before, during and after the elections.
Away from politics, petroleum consumers are to enjoy marginal relief at the pump as petrol, diesel and liquefied petroleum gas LPG prices are expected to decrease between 2 and 4% starting today, August 1, 2024. The Institute for Energy Security, IES, attributes the projected decline to the recent improvement in the performance of the cedi against the dollar and favorable international market conditions. The IES observed that petrol and diesel prices dropped by 2.99% and 4.59%, while LPG fell by 1.10% in the second half of July 2024. And on the foreign front, Iran has vowed to avenge the killing of Hamas's political leader Ismail Haniyeh, who died in an overnight airstrike in Tehran. Hamas and Iran blame Israel for the strike, and Israel hasn't commented, but has previously vowed to eliminate the group's leaders. Haniyeh, 62, is the most senior leader to be killed since the 7th October attacks, and Iran, Hamas' most important backer, had declared 3 days of mourning and promises harsh punishment against Israel. The killing, hours after an Israeli strike on Hezbollah commander in Lebanon, heightens fears of wider conflict in the Middle East. Haniyeh's death could also delay efforts to bring a ceasefire in Gaza, as he was a key player in negotiations. It has repelled one of the largest aerial barrages launched by Russia on its territory in months. The Air Force said on Wednesday that it shot down all the incoming projectiles, 89 drones and 1 missile launched by Russia overnight, the attack mainly targeting the central region of Kiev.
Damage to fallen debris, but no casualties were reported. Kiev and most of central eastern Ukraine were under air raid alert on Tuesday evening. The head of Kiev's military administration said the latest drone attack was the 7th conducted against the city in July. About 11,500 residents sheltered for safety in metro stations overnight as the drones came in several waves from all possible directions. Russia fires drones and missiles at Ukraine on an almost nightly basis. It says it is targeting military and energy facilities, but attacks on residential areas are frequent. Ukraine accuses Russia of directly targeting civilians, which Moscow denies.
Let's bring you the weather update for today. And yesterday, our chief meteorologist gave us a sneak peek into how August will look like. Let's find out today, beginning that fresh month. Felicity Ahafianyo joins us all the way from Ghana Meteorological Agency. Good morning, Felicity. 1st August, this Thursday, how's the weather looking like?
Good morning, Motiti, and good morning to everyone. Happy New Month to all.
Happy New Month to you too.
Thank you. For today, we expect it to remain cloudy over the 16 region with light rain or drizzle expected over the southern sector, especially those around the coastal strip. For the north, we expect isolated cases of rain and thunder later in the day. For temperatures, it will still be mild across the 16 region. We expect it to range between 28 and 31 degrees Celsius. For the fisher folks, we expect the state of the sea to be rough, so we advise they should navigate with caution. Tomorrow morning, temperatures will go down to 22 over the coastal strip, 20, 21 for the middle and the transition, and 19 degrees Celsius for the northern sector.
Right. Thank you so much for those updates, Felicity Ahafianyo, giving us the updates for the month of August beginning today and how today's weather is looking like. Let's now bring you the winning numbers for Lotto coming up on your screen. We'll bring you the Alpha Lotto winning numbers a bit later. That's it for the news. You know where you can get more trendy news and latest news is gbcghanaonline.com. I am Altiti Saida Sadiq, and we'll take a break, but when we're back, there's lots more for you to expect on the show. We're looking at revitalizing your new month, your new goals, your new ambitions. We'll bring that to you. Valerie will bring that conversation to you. My costume is by Kana Clothing. You can find him everywhere. Don't go nowhere. Stay with GTV Breakfast Show.
From GBC Studio One.
adenyo atalata chentan yokomo nchen adenyo na shunu atalata chen kafiri ashi karfi ashunu chupurso ne karfi ashi kasoso bu mfrinto kare cheke
adiga ya kemena niero keni
kashinte fodaga no fukeni foka tere no wol ashi kibibu ka tubon walla to ne ka ban wor daga no funni nyamo fodaga no fupin ka bo fento vuki bigba fentin sene bolla raba so no bo mon daga ko no bo mon fo kibibu ka tubon walla to ko fane ki kenu bu ba tere daga kalara asilebu kibitubon wolere
kalabara me na fani magwe ye kenimi le liare
kashinte na ama ko wor daga no fubanyi kachina na jemene no keno kalange ka fere bu kibibu ka to shento kibibu ka to ebi benyini jama ke kibibu ka to bon wol no bu keni nene oto lakal no bu keni fu kaya fu gbagba shile bu ko rere to yile august atalata che bo enche adenyo anta yo komo enche adenyo na shunu ka fere ashi karfi asunu chupurso ne karfi ashe ka soso bu mfurinto kare chekeke nko basmone bo woro nko aku kibibu ka to bon wol bentin kene bo moya shi bu mu atangra fol so ne bu bangisi star asunu eko star anu eko ne hash asitan grafo bo ko borke keso basmone bo le nko bu mu kibito ba ka do fona bentin yo ye kene bo mo on wol ashile bu kibito bu mbongere bu kene po anana bentin chito no fu kene fo on wol hala fo ka de gba mo to esemone be to kibi bentin kini kusuli esebo ka tere no mo atogobe ne ka ban yile ya koso fene esedo na le kebia efo mo fere mo mbolon lowe ni egu ff ne ele supporte ko ne ka musi lomo ke fe na to keno bu kibito elefe chefuso
had a vibrant reading culture during the colonial days, but that reading habit has tapered down. The advent of the internet and its applications and videos is said to be taking much of mankind's attention from reading. Yet, public libraries remain relevant as the heart of knowledge. The executive director of the Ghana Library Authority, Mr. Hayford Siao, says their libraries are up to date and have programs for all categories of people who are seeking knowledge.
We have also transitioned into also connecting citizens to knowledge using cloud services. And so instead of, say, coming into a brick and mortar environment, we now have the possibility for the Ghanaian citizens to also go on the internet. If you have an Android phone, you can download from the Play Store Ghana Library app. If you are on the iOS, you can download from the App Store the Ghana Library. You can also go on the web, library.gov.gh, and be able to register and have access to the content we have put on. The library space is also provide for digital literacy services. We have computers in there where some of our staff teach people how to use, computer to whether search for information, search for job, or be taught on how to use some of these new platforms that have come up.
The world has gone digital, and the library that is not keeping pace with the changes in science and technology is bound to be stuck. Mr. Hayford Siao establishes a link between the hard copy version of books in the library and online versions.
As a developing country, we think that we can better serve our people if they acquire knowledge that also enhances their skills. The days of only talking about fiction stories, yes, they've had their place in our development, but now we believe that our young people want to read content that build their skills level, that give them an opportunity to be employable. And that has also been our focus over the last few years. We work with Google and Commonwealth of Learning to be able to link them up to take up courses on Udemy and Coursera, which are massive open online course platforms. People are taking courses in project management, cyber security. For young people, we have a partnership with a private company called NextGen, where we work with them to also undertake robotics. The whole idea is also to build their interest, also to pick up interest or to learn and acquire knowledge, in those subject areas.
He intimated that the library organizes programs that provide its patrons with employable skills.
Through the support of UNICEF, for example, we are able to come up with early grade reading interventions that are implemented at various children's libraries. We believe that being able to curate appropriate knowledge all over the world, the work of libraries is to be able to connect citizens and to relevant knowledge. We realize that there's a big interest in entrepreneurship. Through the work of Generational Unlimited and UNICEF, we are able to, help with entrepreneurship seminars and workshops where we bring resource people to be able to deliver relevant knowledge to people that are interested in entrepreneurship. Hundreds of people that have been educated on the importance of registering a business, registering with the GRA, registering on SNET.
The Accra Central Library is a reference point for various groups of people. Ernestina Alonyo, a national service personnel, assists clients in the reference section of the library.
We mostly assist people who need information. Most people come from the courts to look for an important information or an event that took place that they want to reference to. So we assist them and give them that.
Live from GBC Studio One, this is The Breakfast Show.
Me koshe me dini me ho nsem wo voters register no so.
Nedi ben no register ben.
Electoral Commission for ho ahonsiesie no ma afi 2024 amansan aba so no fa bi eye oyi kire fa afi 2024 voters register every Benada 20th August kosi Benada 27th August wo anopa no nso ne anaju no nsiantem de biara.
Hey, ene wo say me koshe media sisia.
Ane.
Koshe.
E wo say wo hwe wo ho nsem wo voters register no so. Na se hu hia mo mo nsesa no mo antwere ni yie no. E wo say wo hu bebi a wo to aba no nso. Wo betumi akase etia nipa omo mfata se omo beka register no ho.
Ese say wo yi webusuani a owu ye ndin. Free crata no mu. Sa e wo say me koshe me din sisia.
Ane.
Koshe.
Koshe. Na nso e wo say wo hu dane mre no.
Hey,
Aine, wo afi 2024 amansan abato a omobeye no ho no. Electoral Commission for no be voters register no ama amansan ahwe. Hwese wo behwe wo ho nsem ankasa wo bra omoye oyichira efa voters register no ho. Free Benada 20th August, Kosi Benada 27th August 2024. Wo anopa no nso ne anaju no nsiantem de biara. Wo akwan foforo so no. Omo atro omudin se abatofo nso. Betumi ahwe omudin tire ho nsem wo omufon so. Dinam *711 *51# wo network bia so. Nkrofo a omo ayera omo ID card anase omo de ato bebi omo nkai biom no. Betumi akọ oyitire bia akọhwe omudin tire ho nsem. Mpanyimfo a omo wo oyitire bia honum nso no. Betumi aboa ama omo ahwe omo ho nsem. Abra omo nkra omo voter ID card mpo. Obi a ofata se oto aba. Betumi akase tia obi din ne ho nsem. Wonyina so obi se onipa no ya abofra kuma. Oye ohoho obi. Na adwene ntene no. Obi ye ne ho tse oye wo a. Anase onye obi a otimpotem ho. Wa batwo ye wo daati.
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. You know, before we go into our series on stamina and how to finish strong, our show is 3 years today. The rebirth of the BFS is 3 years today, and we have a little surprise today on the show for you. That's just by the way. We're going to be talking how to finish strong, the stamina to finish strong, and joining us in studio to have this conversation. You know, life has ups and downs, and it sort of shakes our foundations, but the will to get back up and stay there, the will is what's important. And there's a man who's going to teach us how to do this. His name is Reverend Chris Edusei Donkor. He's senior pastor of the Oasis World and also president of CAD Ministries. CAD Ministries is abbreviation for Chris Edusei Donkor Ministries, and he's here to encourage us through the remaining months and to end the year well. Greetings, people. Rev, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm blessed. Across social media, we are saying Happy August, Happy New Month. So Happy New Month to you.
Happy New Month to you and to our listeners and our viewers as well.
Greetings. So first, how do we, motivate ourselves when we wake up? As today is 1st August. What would you advise we do by way of just psyching ourselves into the new month?
You just have to do a retrospect of the past month, see where you did well, and genuinely admit where you couldn't achieve your target and your goals, and tell yourself that you still have life, you still have energy. If energy levels are down, find a way to lift it up. Maybe we'll be talking about it, how to do it. And then encourage yourself that you can do it. I mean, it's not all the time that we are able to finish targeted objective within the stipulated time, but that doesn't mean we can't finish it. So once you started somewhere and you've gotten somewhere, it's a good start. And you must tell yourself, hey, I feel a little bit stressed, I feel a little bit tired, but I still can do it, and I'm going to do it. And that is a positive energy to start with. And I tell you, you will move on.
Okay. Rev Donkor, let's just get into it. Energy levels are low. People have been paid, but salaries are finished already. People are calculating how to go into the next week even. And so how do we boost our energy levels? How do we get out of the dark place?
I don't know whether when energy levels are down can be said to be dark place. When you over-exaggerate the challenges you face, you put yourself in a space where bouncing back becomes difficult. There is nothing new under the sun. All right. So we move ourselves to different phases in life, and you must admit which phase you are. Know that it's not a final phase you want to get to, but you are not at the last phase you were, which gives you the energy to want to move on. Okay. All right. So salary get finished. The question is that, did you waste the money? If you invested it in positive things, educating your children, advancing your business, stocking the house with food and other things, you should rather congratulate yourself that you have been able to do part of your responsibility and what you need to do. And the wish and the desire will be if you had all that it takes to do everything. But the truth is that you will never have all it takes to do everything. So you appreciate yourself, number one. To boost your energy level, you appreciate yourself, number one, that you've done well. You could do better, but you've done well. And then you also tell yourself that you actually ask yourself the right question: what can I do this? How can I better the system? How can I improve myself? It's business, if it's career, it's profession, what can I do? Look for the avenues to advance yourself. Have a positive self-talk. Have a positive self-talk. Encourage yourself. In the scriptures, the Bible said, and David encouraged himself in the Lord. And it was a very stressful moment, difficult moment. But then you encourage yourself. You tell yourself, hey, Chris, you can rise up and push again. You can do it again. You can't solve all the problems at a go, but you have been able to solve that and solve that. How am I going to do that and that? I'll do what I can do now and plan for what I can do next. You understand? And it helps a lot so that you don't overburden yourself thinking you're failing.
Okay. Right. I know somebody who used to write notes, sticky notes, and stick the whole of a house with words of affirmation, and I used to think it was funny.
Okay.
What strategies should we employ, to sort of stay focused during the month? How do you stay focused? Are there certain strategies that we could employ?
Okay, let me go, before I come down, let me go back to the whole idea of stamina. Okay, that is a kind of an innate endurance and that actually comes out of practice, faith, and then determination.
Practice, faith,
determination. Practice, faith, determination. And then if you like, you can add focus. So then the question is, if we want to even take it from the point of being an athlete, the question is that why train if you will not race? Why practice if you will not race? Okay, so why race if you don't want to end it?
Well.
Okay, and then would it even be called a race if there are no competitors and challenges on the way? All right, so if you are ending it, then you should also think of ending it well. So that is where all that you have built up, I mean, sometimes we go through things that we think they were kinds of failures, pain, troubles, a lot of challenges. But then they are actually moments of practice, moments of building momentum, moments of building endurance to face life. So when we go through the phases of life, and then life is not actually going the way we want it to go, we have built certain endurance not to back out, not to quit. You get what I mean? So the challenges will come. Moments of difficulty will come. It's not everyone that can survive it. It's for people who have built endurance, who have built energy, who have faith in their God and in themselves that they can make it no matter the challenges. So that when you face storms and obstacles on the way, you don't throw in the towel.
But there are some people who unfortunately threw in the towel. What would you say to those?
You see, I said the last time that going down or falling down is not, it doesn't mean failure.
Okay.
Okay. Failure is when you go down and then you refuse to bounce back. All right.
Okay.
Or when you fall and you don't pick anything from the ground.
Okay.
So if you fail and if you feel defeated, that's okay. We go to battles and we lose, but that doesn't mean you don't fight again. Fighters fix rematches. Even boxers and wrestlers, they fix rematches when they lose. When they win, they go up to pick a bigger fight. That's how the race of life is. So you fail an event doesn't make you a failure.
Okay.
You fail in a certain circumstance doesn't make you a failure. If you get defeated in one fight doesn't mean you are a loser.
Okay.
So you have to actually tell yourself that, let me go back and train. Where did I get it wrong? Where didn't I put the lines where it's supposed to be? Let me pick up the pieces and rise up again.
Okay.
You see, there's so much to life that so much to life and so much responsibility is put on every individual that belongs to a family, a clan, a home, a nation, and even a generation, the world at large. There's so much responsibility on every one of us. So when life comes at you hard and sometimes succeed in pushing you down, you don't lie down.
Right.
You get up and you push your way through. You get up and you fight again. And if you can resolve in fighting again and again, I tell you, you will win.
Okay. Rev Donkor, speak to this man who, and this is in the era where we are saying men should come out and speak more on their emotions. So speak to this man who started off well, a freight forwarder, I think, had a family at a young age, 2 sons with a lady, and the lady, there was a break, the man had to travel and came back. The lady had found somebody else, said she wanted a divorce. It went sour, and she happened to take everything from this young man, including the kids, relocated with another man to the States. And this man is down in the pits and refuses to get up. Speak to this person.
It's a painful moment, but life happens. Life really happens. I mean, I've had a true encounter with somebody like that who just walked into one morning fellowship, Thursday morning, and actually I called him and I said, why do you want to commit suicide? And he started crying. You understand? And then I spoke into his life actually about what was happening to him, and I told him that God is actually leading me to tell him that in 6 months he's going to be restored. So he should break off from whatever, because the wife had taken everything. You understand? Yeah. And if I should tell you who that person is now in this country, you will be shocked.
Okay.
So when you get into a painful moment, express it, but don't stay there. When you get into a weeping moment, weep as much as you can, but wipe your face, because life is not waiting for you, but greater opportunity are there for a comeback. If he was able to do it before and lost everything, he can do it again and even become bigger than he was. So when it comes to that point, tell yourself, I will push, and keep pushing until it gets pushed.
Thank you, Rev. I'm sure he's watching. Even if he doesn't, I'll cut this part and send it to them. Also, how do we take care of our mind and maintain a healthy energy level in our brain area?
Okay, the brain is such that you need to exercise it and tune it the way you want. what you feed your brain with is what the brain will feed on. And what the brain feed on is what the brain produce in your own life. Okay. So at every moment, so much is being thrown at you, but you decide what you will take in and digest, and what you will create a kind of a hedge to bounce off from your mind. So everything that can discourage you is being thrown at you. But in the midst of that, everything that can encourage you is also being thrown at you. So what do you choose? Do you want to be consoled and be comforted and always looking for opportunity for people to be there kind of singing a sorrowful song for you? Or you want to tell yourself that, hey, I'm not going to stay in this pity party because it has nothing to offer me. A moment like that can pass, but I refuse to stay in it. All right? So feed your mind with positive things. Surround yourself with positive people. People who believe in you, people who don't talk you down, people who think, people who believe in themselves, but their self-belief can also motivate you. Make yourself happy. Make yourself happy. Create a very relaxing atmosphere and environment for yourself. I mean, I find a lot of negative things, bad things happen around me. But let me find out one positive thing that is happening around me and keep my focus on it so that I don't go crazy. So that is how you boost your energy level. I can do it again. I refuse to be called a failure. I have failed an event, but the dream is still alive. The vision is still alive. The future is still bright. There is a great light at the end of the tunnel. I'm only facing a challenge on my journey, but the end of the journey is glorious. And when I'm able to pass through the challenges on my way to the very end, the challenges will become a testimony and a story. And every great person and every achiever have a story of difficult moments. So if you are facing your difficult moment, just know that you are creating your story and your testimony for tomorrow. They should not, opposition in your way, or let me say, there is no opposition that is strong enough to stop destiny. There is no opposition that is strong enough or must be strong enough to stop destiny. So once on your way to a certain destination, road can be rough, way can be challenging. You face opposition, but if you are daring, you will get there. It takes daring people to get there. So there's nothing that comes your way that is very peculiar to you. All right. So as we enter into this new month and we are pushing forward to make sure we end strong, you just have to know that life happens. Life happens. I mean, some deaths can be devastating, some divorce, some breakup, some children issue, some investment go bad, you know, many things. But they are not peculiar to you, and they are not personal. Sometimes we take things that comes our way very personal. What is wrong with me? What have I done to people? Why do people hate me? Life actually will bargain with you. Nature will actually bargain with you to give you less than what you deserve. So it's not personal. That's how nature is. So it takes people who move mountains and exalt valleys, no matter what they go through, to achieve great things.
Dare to be daring. Okay, now the thief of time, procrastination. We're headed into the end of the year. Lots of people haven't reached their goals, and it's because of procrastination. How do we get by this? Is there like a technique to follow, a style?
Maybe I have to maybe sink to my own techniques, right? How do I put it? If you need to do something, do it now. Okay?
Okay.
You don't lose anything if you take off with something and it doesn't work. Okay? Because it's better you try and it doesn't work than not trying.
Right.
What about if it works? So sometimes the fear of failure, the fear of defeat put us down and discourage us from starting things that we need to start. So if you receive an idea or you have an idea or there's something that you think you must do it. You don't need to know everything. You don't need to have everything. You don't need to have all the support. People are just looking for encouragement for everyone before they do what they want to do. Sometimes we even want approval for our own ideas. You had the idea. If you don't believe in it, nobody can believe in it. And there are things people will even discourage you from attempting, but they will come back to praise you when you attempt it and it works. So they never know it as much as you do. So once you feel it, don't waste time. We waste too much time on things we want to do. But everybody have a timer on his life. And the timer on our life are not the same. So I tell people, don't tell me slow down.
Yeah.
Okay? Don't tell me slow down. Yes, there's a need for me to rest, there's a need, but I don't know how much time I have to do what I have to do. So now that I have energy, let me do as much as I can do so that if by age or for whatever reason energy levels get down, I would have achieved so much and maybe I will need a little more energy to top up to finish.
That's it.
You get what I mean? Yeah. So that is the spirit. So don't keep pushing what you need to do today. If you start and you are not able to finish, that is good. But don't keep saying, I'll do this, I want to do this, I'll do this, I want to do this. Do it. Start anyhow. Start anyway. Right. And grace will come through for you.
Thank you, Rev. Rev, where can we find CAD Ministries? We're about to wrap up. Where can we...
Okay, so I'm the senior pastor of Oasis World and the president for CAD Ministry. Oasis World is located at Makati Down.
Right.
That is opposite Makati Hills on the Malam Kasua Road. We are a church of very loving people, and we motivate simple lives to become great lives.
We love it.
And it will be a good place to be. CAD Ministry, we are into rural outreach and then aid to the poor and the needy. And that's what we do.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much and sharing these words with us. We have been motivated, and yes, indeed, stamina to finish strong. We've been having a conversation on the tenets and how to stay focused and strong with Reverend Chris Edusei Donkor, his senior pastor, Oasis World and president of CAD Ministries. This has been our conversation into the month of August. We are moving over to 37, where Kofi Traffic is standing by to bring us updates on traffic, people. We are heading over to 37 right now. Greetings to you, Kofi Traffic. Kofi Traffic and Alan.
Morning. Thank you very much for coming to us. This is Kofi Traffic on #GTV Breakfast, and I'm here with my able buddy, Kofi Traffic.
Greetings,
Thank you very
Daryl.
much.
What's up?
We've been here at the 37 Trotro stop off, which is directly opposite Max Mart or the Total Filling station. And isn't it interesting, Kofi Traffic?
This is supposed to be
a zebra
crossing.
On which a certain lady is gorgeously coming through.
Taking her steps. She can't even see that it's a zebra crossing.
As to whether it is a zebra crossing, maybe we should ask the Department of Urban Roads or the Ghana Highway Authority. if this is still a zebra crossing. It is completely black. No commuter will be patient to have you cross because there's none there. It doesn't have any marking to say it is a zebra crossing. How are we protecting the public if, I am walking, I'm supposed to be on a zebra crossing, and so anybody crossing from here would have to first come from off the pedestrian walk over here. You come from there, you join this one, and then you walk through to enable you cross. But when you get here, instead of crossing straight onto the other side, rather you have to do a right turning.
And then let's see whether there's a zebra crossing there as well.
And then you walk up. So we've gone through the zebra crossing, less zebra crossing.
Yeah.
And this is where you come to. And then you stop up here. At which point, this traffic signal or traffic indicator will help commuters slow down for you to go through. But this
is not working.
This is not working.
Yeah.
Completely dead. And oh, guess what? Yesterday, the Ministry of Roads and Highways launched an online application known as Maintain My Road. So what you do is you launch the app, you take a picture of the issue, and you send to them. Since we've been out here, I have tried using it.
Yes.
Kofi Traffic has tried using it. And how long does it take to report a fault?
Well, I'm going to show you what is on my camera. So we downloaded the Maintain My Road app, and then I took a picture of a traffic light, and this is what it looks like. So it gives you the options: pothole, 40 traffic lights, collapsed bridge or culvert, burst pipes. Of course, it's a 40 traffic light. So I pressed on that. Now I've been trying to make the reports, but it's not going through. So I took this picture 5 minutes ago. It's not going through, so I'm still waiting, and I can't go back and start again because it takes me back to the same place. But the good news is that Daryl actually downloaded the report. He downloaded the app.
Yes.
He sent a picture.
I sent a picture.
And then what happened?
It went through, but it's still showing pending.
Can you show it to our camera?
Let me quickly go on to it and give you a shot of it.
Okay.
It's only showing pending, nothing more, nothing less.
So this is the Maintain My Road app. Okay.
Now, mine is also frozen now. It won't even let me go back to the report.
Okay.
It's completely frozen, and it doesn't give me any opportunity to go back.
All right. So some feedback for those who...
Suddenly it's come up.
Okay, what is it
showing? Pending.
Yes.
It's still showing pending, and that is it. You only have a pending report. I'm waiting to hear when something will be done about it.
All right.
But going back to the zebra crossing, Kofi, let's walk back up to where commuters are supposed to obey this traffic signal, as well as pedestrians obeying that side of the signal to wait and go through. But that is also completely dead. And so if you have to cross here, you are indeed at the mercy of
the gentleman is trying to cross. Let's see what happens.
Let's see how this gentleman gets to cross. And let's see if anybody will be patient enough for him to cross after all.
I can bet you nobody's going to mind him.
Nobody's going to mind him.
Until he sees a gap.
Nobody is going.
You see the
needs
officer?
To take his destiny.
The officer has taken a...
Look at the officer in uniform. But no. And they are also not crossing from the appropriate crossing.
Exactly.
The designated crossing area is not being used because nobody would even mind you. This doesn't exist.
I think we need to help the guy now.
It's on paper, there is.
The guy has stopped in front of the zebra crossing.
Yes.
The bus.
Yes, there's no way he can come through.
And
so now
this is what happens.
He's having to come through anyhow. And see, they are honking on him. They're just honking at him.
Stop for the guy.
What is happening? This is definitely not the way it should be.
Yeah.
This is definitely not the way it should be. And let's see how he manages to go through the next phase or the other phase of it.
He's about to do an illegal.
He is now going to have to use the illegal crossing because he can't turn right, go and wait on there when the zebra crossing doesn't exist anyway and cross from there. This is absolutely unforgivable. It's unpardonable. To think that we have built over 10,000 kilometers of road and we can't mark them.
It's amazing.
We can't mark 10,000 kilometers of road.
Just mark them.
What's the point in building a road and not marking the road?
I always wonder. I always wonder, you don't even see the markings that divide the road to show you.
It's like giving me an equipment and holding on to the manual.
Exactly.
How do I operate it? The road manual is the road marking and the road sign.
He's trying to
cross. And the traffic indicators. None of them exist on here. So if you're here, your destiny is in your hands. You simply have to be careful in the way you do it. And guess what? It is not only the people of the public who cross the road from here. Uniformed officers, as well as civilians, all use the road. All cross from here. It really is unforgivable. It really is unforgivable.
None of the lights here work. No. None of them. So we have the first light here set does not work at all. So these ones are dead. Dead lights. Dead lights. More dead lights here. So this one too is dead. It's a dead light. Dead. And dead. So dead lights all through. 4 of them. And then we have more lights that are dead this way. So 4 sets of lights dead. 5, 6, 7. 7 is supposed to be the number of perfection, right?
Yes, 7
dead lights. Perfectly dead lights.
Guess what is even more interesting and absolutely funny, perhaps? What time is it of the day?
It's 7.
Yes, it's 14 minutes after 7. So you can safely assume that at least there's enough daylight.
Yes.
But the street lights are on. The traffic lights are off, but the street lights are on. Isn't Ghana very interesting?
I wonder whether the street lights are responding to the darkening skies, because
it should respond to daylight. It should respond to daylight.
But we are losing daylight. It looks like the rains are coming.
If it's properly set, then it should respond to daylight.
So it should be off.
It's 7:14 a.m. for crying out loud.
And the street lights are on.
And the street lights are on.
Yeah, when we don't need them.
When we don't need them.
I wonder whether that camera is working. There's a camera.
Somebody should be monitoring that camera to see that the traffic lights are not working.
Yeah, there's a camera there. I'm sure the guy is probably looking at it, but seeing that the lights are not working.
And Kaf, guess what? The last time we reported malfunctioning traffic lights, we got notification from the Ghana Highway Authority. They sent us over 400 traffic signals across Ghana. Which of those are functional and those which are not functional?
Good question.
Apart from that, they have also indicated some have been decommissioned. How do the public know, or how will the public know a decommissioned traffic light?
Yeah.
This is clearly a shortfall on the part of the Ghana Highway Authority, although they tried.
Yeah, and this is dangerous, because people are speeding. There's no way they are going to stop because the lights are not working.
And the has stopped on the crossing.
This is a zebra crossing.
This is a zebra crossing. They keep stopping on there because that is where people will also feel safe to join. Meanwhile, there's a bus stop just a meter away from them.
Bus.
There's a bus stop only a meter away from them.
My brother, this is illegal. This is illegal. You know what? It's illegal. You're supposed to do a U-turn. This is for human beings.
You're a motorbike.
No, it's illegal.
You're a motorbike.
I'm going to call you out. I'm going to call you out.
You're not a pedestrian. You're a motorbike.
M23GR 5640.
That's his license.
That's your number.
It's not good.
It's not good, my brother. U-turn.
Let's do simple obedience.
Yeah.
Let's obey the rules and regulations, and we'll all be safe. Because if anybody knocks you down here, you're.
Yeah, are they? This is for human beings. It's a pedestrian. Another one. M24GW 4010. Yeah, we'll call you all out.
He used that to U-turn onto the road.
It's wrong. Don't give me fans. It's wrong.
That's not good. That's not good.
You can't be coffee for what? You don't give me fans for what?
That's definitely not good. Well, so we've been out here for nearly 8 minutes, coffee traffic.
It's chaos.
And apart from the chaos, we must also have a word for the trotro drivers.
Yes, I mean, this has become a bus stop.
They are the reason why there's so much traffic here.
This is wrong.
Watch it. They are also the reason why people don't cross using the zebra crossing and they cross ahead. Because I mean, we are almost looking at a chock-a-block. Nothing is moving.
How does this become a trotro stop?
Well, maybe somebody from the Metropolitan Assembly should explain to us how they allowed this to be used for a trotro stop. It's supposed to be a drop-off.
It's amazing.
But now it's a station.
We have the little kids Who want to be on TV, I guess?
I am.
So this is the situation at 37.
At 37.
7 sets of traffic lights not working.
Not a single one.
Faded pedestrian crossings. This must be an illegal stop. I mean, you can't have a trotro station right here. It's made the roads narrow. Yeah, it's made the roads narrow.
People dropping off their families as well.
People jaywalking left, right, center. Everybody crosses where they want. People not wearing their helmets. Police officer, military man, no helmet.
No helmet.
The driver, no helmet.
No helmet.
Yeah. So it's a picture of pure chaos.
Complete chaos.
Yeah, complete chaos.
Utter lawlessness.
So Road Safety Authority needs to get their act together. Urban roads, feeder roads, please, you need to mark your roads.
And the highway,
yes.
The highway authority.
There's a lot of pedestrian education that needs to go on, because people just cross anywhere. Motorbikes do what they want. The markings are not there. The lights are dead. The street lights are on in the daytime. It's chaos. The good thing is that we are alive, and we are here to report this to you.
Yes. And so we'll wrap it up here and hope that after this report, something will be done about the lights, and the road marking would be repainted in order to help it.
I want to end on my app. So my report is still pending. Maintain my road. I took a picture of a traffic light, and then they said report. I've reported it, but it's not going through. Alan's one has gone through, but they say it's pending. Mine says make report. I've clicked on it. I hope it'll go, but it's not going through. And when I go backwards, I only get back to the same place. So maintain my road. Please, guys, your app, we're giving you feedback, all right? We're giving you feedback. Thank you so much. That's our traffic segment right here with me, Kofi Traffic, and...
well, let's continue to be prisoners of hope and hope that somebody will do something about this after this report.
All right.
But yes, we can promise you that if after a week, no activity, no action, especially to get the lights functioning, we'll come back. We'll surely come back to this report and make sure that at least somebody pays attention, somebody who's earning a wage on maintenance of this road and the traffic lights.
Just do your job.
Get to work and earn their living. Don't feed off. It makes you a chick's eye syndicate, really.
Now we're going to try and cross the road using the faded pedestrian crossing.
Yes.
Back to our car. So let's see how
then move back into our car and see if somebody will obey.
Yep.
Let's pretend we're like any member of the public. We are not on any special assignment.
So we go.
We're just having to do what everybody does. Look out for motorbikes.
Pedestrian crossing. I hear crossing.
You know, where are we?
He said by the light. He says by the light is.
But the light, of course, that's his excuse. The light.
Oh no.
Yes. That is the light. That is the light. Well, thank you very much. It's been great being on Traffic with you. It's been Kofi Traffic on #GTV Breakfast. Thank you so very much.
Studio One.
the spot on the GTV breakfast as well as Studio 5. My name is Akusia Ejane. Our first story, we're starting off with football, as the Ghana Football Association President Kurt Simeon Okereke has underscored the importance of patient and sustained investment in the association's youth development programs. Speaking on the sidelines of the ongoing U17 Inter-Regional Colts Championship, Kurt Okereke expressed satisfaction with the talent on display. The GFA's youth development strategy, backed by the foundation for the past 4 years, has culminated in the current talent identification championship.
Boache will be one of the key players to look out for Ashanti region as they see.
In some other stories, Kumasi Asante Kotoko have announced the signing of Samuel Tenedu, a talented defensive midfielder from Legon Cities, on a 3-year deal. The 21-year-old successfully completed his medical in Kumasi earlier this week and will be joining the squad ahead of the upcoming season. Samuel, who hails from Obuasi, spent his early years in football with Ebony FC in Kumasi. Last season, he made 30 appearances for Legon Cities in the Ghana Premier League, winning multiple Man of the Match awards. Speaking on the new signing, Asante Kotoko's head coach, Dr. Prosper Nete Ogum, expressed his excitement about Tenedu's addition to the team. According to him, Samuel is a fantastic young talent with immense potential. His defensive abilities and vision on the field will be a great asset to our squad. Now to the camp of Accra Hearts of Oak, where the executive board chairman of the club, Togbe Afede, has expressed confidence in the club's future following the official handover of their new commercial center. The state-of-the-art facility located in Adabraka was recently presented to the club's board of directors, including notable figures such as Vincent Sowa Odote and Akwesi Ajeman. The commercial center is set to serve as the club's new headquarters and administrative hub, reflecting a commitment to building a strong infrastructural base for future success. The modern facility is expected to play a crucial role in the club's strategic plans. Despite a challenging 2023-2024 Ghana Premier League season, where Hearts of Oak finished 14th, the club is gearing up for the upcoming season with renewed optimism. The 2024-2025 Ghana Premier League is scheduled to commence on September 6th, with Hearts of Oak starting their campaign with a home fixture against newly promoted Baseka Holy Stars. With the new infrastructure in place and a commitment to assembling a competitive squad, Hearts of Oak are poised to make a strong push in the new season, aiming to return to their former glory and reassert their position in Ghana football.
I want to thank very much our fans who have supported us and who have been a great source of inspiration. Indeed, all the stakeholders of Accra Hearts of Oak, including even the FA, have all been a great inspiration and support. Special thanks, of course, to the board and the management for all the hard work, the tireless commitment to the cause of Hearts of Oak. As I've always said, we have a vision to build a club that assumes preeminence in African football, while serving the community, while impacting the community, whilst making a difference in the lives of our people. We acknowledge that we cannot do that unless we invest in infrastructure. And this is a demonstration of our commitment to building a solid infrastructure base for Accra Hearts of Oak. Sooner Then later we'll be commissioning this place. And soon after, we'll be commissioning the Ubman Academy as well. The two together saw a demonstration of our commitment to building a preeminent club in Africa. Of course, we have.
Now to the Olympics, where Katie Ledecky breaks her Olympic record in the women's 1,500 meters freestyle. We check out some highlights between France and Egypt in the handball competition.
In the men's handball preliminary stage, where
Well, that's it for the sports update on GTV Breakfast. There's more sports on Studio 5. Gloria and I will be having proper conversation on some of the things that are happening currently at the Olympics, from the game between the USA and South Sudan, from the kind of gender conversation that is happening around the Olympics as well. And so we'll be right back after this break.
I want to be happy all the time. Charlie, this country they stress me. Oh, that's what they are. Emma Menetiano, and Yamish Shania. But my name boys, she moi. And Yama, you know, no, a free to a mono, and Mam. Happy yourself. Sir. But what is it? As you ready? Hey! See, life is very stressful, but happiness is free. I don't know what to choose, but I choose to be happy. My button is my friend in good times and in bad times. Oh, yeah. So my guys in the house, are you ready? Oh yeah. All the ladies in the house, are you ready? Oh yeah. Let's raise a toast to happiness. Yeah, yeah. Oh, let's have some fun and take it merry. Yeah, yeah. Let's show tonight. Somebody give me fun. Yeah, yeah. Any day baby, what to do? 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 Mommy and Tata say any day what to do? Any day baby, what to do?
One, two, three, yes.
Mommy bringer, or sit. Empanacho for, it's the same. Oh yeah, empanacho for, it's the same. Yeah, shampoo. Empanacho for, it's the same. Oh yeah, empanacho for, it's the same. Yeah, shampoo. As I say, Anjana, Aba, at the Nash Pass, Kojo, Maba, Akukoni Bankawa, Maya, Kona, Mobroson, and Acadia Sana, it's a hundred channel, or Champena, on any Gakasa, what's the maintenance? Phone call 3 hours, Diempana, Moka, Maya Wogas, get a Gila, the WhatsApp status, dear Dasoroku, Grammy up my catch, laughing, my bone, says the Oribos, and the Chupoku, but I know the blame I'm busy, what told them, not to 4 months, and so now at the 4. Hey, we watch you, now we someone said, here was here for a while, Timothy said, yeah, my would you don't share, I did not be your bedroom, and then my pata, I'm away, dear. I come from a full area, no, they come from my touch. So we know the full area, to was you, and we are going to bed, but I've heard what is happening. I'm on the that's the same. Oh, yeah, that's the same. Yeah, shamu, that's the same. Oh, yeah, that's the same. Yeah, shamu. Binu mudi danu sane binu musudi dankono adafo fulaka shanafa kuni aya ko di bisi ya be kono anso tubu asebi ni lava mala ibinyine e ba be kono ni afo mani siwanti misa wankona me waka no suru cha wana robi odi go bisi ito da me da bonte atina ni so we afa no say some girls say e ba na chempu e na want to choboy and then one friend, one go back friend. Every day, one friend, hey, one friend, one go back friend. I dear son was friend. And son was on the city. Oh, send a whole day the picture straight. Son, or they will picture. Oh, I just I would try. Say what I change to what you know, one crown. I check. Who be that? As I go, no. Get 1 minute iPhone, dada, no. I dare seeing about me, demo. About 2 so 7 and 10. I'm from a pump fight. No one needs to be Tamono. Dia or team me Tamono. Sikakira, Mania Mano. Dia or team at Tamono. Because I see, hey, me, I want to. Who are Opuma Bemono? Fabia Toka, dear channel. And Winty a day, dear Papano. The Coca was a Bearman found. Bema, ready to tuka, or passing. The kind shot to a foul to nothing I say. But you to say, I want jumping and so jumping as well, maybe sound. Hey, if you won't put on all why I didn't pinna, if you won't put on all why I didn't pinna, when you won't power, but that's a watching. When you won't power, but that's a watching. If you won't put on all, hey, I'm not your fool, that's the same. Oh, yeah, I'm not your fool, that's the same. Yeah,
In Chin Chin Band warming us up for our jam session, God willing. Tomorrow, you're watching GTV Breakfast 7:45. And in the studio, out of the streets with Kofi Traffic and Daryl, to our conversation here with my guests. We're all wearing the favorite color of men. You know what the color is, right? Yes, you know, it's blue, it's blue. And Dr. Fred Awa is a lecturer at UPSA. He teaches public admin, international trade, and leadership. What's it like being a lecturer?
Nice, imparting knowledge on the next generation of Ghanaian leaders.
Indeed, fantastic. Yeah. And sitting next to him is, when you say once a teacher, always a teacher, because he taught for many years, he's happily on retirement now, but still working, serving Mother Ghana. He speaks for the National Chief Imam, and his name is Sheikh Arimiao Shaibu. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How's it?
Good to see you again.
Yes, indeed. Good to see you. How's retirement?
I mean, retirement is good. I mean, it gives you a new phase of your life. Probably your experience that you've gained when you were in active service could now be put to use beyond your retirement age, and still society can benefit from you. And that's why when you are in active service, be very sincere, be active, be very good, be focused. As a teacher, I say, I can't understand why a teacher would teach for more than 40 years, and when he speaks, he doesn't sound authoritative as somebody, especially when he's talking about children, about upbringing, about education, about other things. He doesn't sound authoritative. I mean, simple things about education, you ask him. So I wonder what you did. But you can only do so when you are very diligent during your active age.
Yes.
When you are, I mean, you take your work seriously. When you are preparing your lesson notes, you think through very, very, very well. As a facilitator of learning.
Yes.
If about simple thing about even phases of child development and the changes that goes within the growing child to become an adult, and the challenges that comes and the nuances of those different stages. And as a teacher who has taught for all these years, and you have no full grips of this, I mean, when you talk to people and you are a teacher, they must feel that no, this man is a teacher. Yeah, and I want to encourage my colleague teachers, those who are very young, not to be lazy.
Yes.
To be very, very active, very, very sincere, be focused, and so that when they come out, they will start. I still remember. Look, very, very good teachers in my life. Very, very good teachers in my life. And I can't forget them.
Name one.
The one that, I have forgotten his name, but we popularly called him Teacher Toboli.
Okay.
Teacher Toboli.
It's an Everman?
Ever.
Because that Toboli is in a song.
That teacher in P6, I will never forget him. I will never, 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 never forget him.
Why?
You know, at least I can remember one of the things that he taught us, the moment he came to our school. Good name in men and women. It is the immediate jewel of their souls. Who steals my personal trash? It is something nothing. It was mine and it is his. And who steals from me my good name? Takes from me that which not enriches him and makes me poor indeed. P6.
He taught you that poem.
And the language that I speak now, that's the way. How he writes, how he wrote.
You modeled yourself.
Oh, this is a teacher who on his own will teach us English and mathematics as when we were in P6. And every Monday, every Monday we have done over the week, he will, the results of the test that he has conducted on us, having taught us math and English, will be pronounced at the parade.
One time. Every Monday.
Every Monday.
Judgment Day.
I mean, you see, so having enjoyed the service of such a committed teacher, I will never forget. And it's an inspiration to me. And that's why I speak with pain. Seriously, one of my bad experiences when I taught in one of the senior high schools. Yeah, I don't want to mention the school. One of my senior colleagues, I had then come from the university. I mean, one of my colleague teachers says something that I felt anytime I remember that what a senior colleague will tell a junior colleague, and it's showing in how our teachers are behaving.
What did he say?
You see, when it was time to go to the classroom, the teachers will remain in the staff common room conversing for, I would say, 10 minutes inside the contact hour. And then later they begin to rush into the classroom. And my practice was that whenever it was time for me to enter the classroom, the teacher is in the classroom, I stay at the gate waiting for him to get out. It's time for me to enter the classroom. Then this senior colleague once came out, and in Chi, he told me, "Who paid you, man? You like the work? Who paid you, man? And this was painful to me. What? Anytime I remember this in my mind.
That's what time you leave. You
no. The short time this enthusiasm will win off, you will stop it.
He told you that?
He told me this. I did not receive a word of encouragement. That is someone who has come with zeal that I want to teach.
He said, no, you like the work too much.
And when I was in the classroom, when I'm in school, my presence was felt. My children knew that I was in the classroom. I loved teaching. I love teaching.
Yeah.
I love teaching. And I don't equate any job with teaching profession. No, I don't equate. Yeah, philosophically speaking, I love teaching. And it's the mother of all professions.
I see the passion.
The mother of all professions. No profession comes equal to teaching in terms of its significance. And he mentioned that he's preparing the next generation.
One time.
You know, so we make people. We guide, we nurture, we inspire, we create vision, mission for people. We are mentors. So teachers, when you are teaching, please don't look down upon your job. You say there's no plenty of money, so you don't look down. You look wretched. When you come to school, you are so dampened. You don't do your work well, and so on and so forth. And you are not an inspiration to your children who are with you, and so on and so forth. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. And governments will also ask you, do that which they need
to support them.
To support them to be able to do their work well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that very inspirational just expression of your love for teaching. Dr. Awar, any teachers that come to mind that you really love and who inspired you and you can still think about now?
Yeah, exactly. So just like the experiences of my senior colleague here, at the Bolgatanga Experimental Primary School, I had a head teacher. We used to call her Kundembia. He's of the Mampurugu extract, somewhere around the Wale areas, and he's now a chief in one of those areas. He was a head teacher who disciplined us and also disciplined his co-teachers. To the extent that if you were a teacher and you were not diligent with your work, now that I am adult enough, I would think that he would guide them outside of the lenses of us, the people. But when he became critical, he would address you before us so that you would change. Now that inspired us, me in particular. I still remember Akundembia, and my colleagues recall the days of Akundembia. Fortunately, I was the senior prefect in that school, so I had a close working relationship with him. And the level of discipline that he instilled in us, we do not forget till now. So teaching is a good one, and if you teach well, your students will remember you a lifetime.
Awesome. You're watching GTV Breakfast. I'm here with the teachers, and we're looking at the stories.
I'm happy that at least we connect very well with this profession.
Oh, definitely. So I love it too.
I was afraid that the mixture, I don't know who's coming.
No. You have something in common. Definitely, yeah. Passionate teachers, and that's what it's all about.
Absolutely.
Yes. So you're watching GTV Breakfast. I was looking at the headlines. A lot of them are talking about the District Road Improvement Program that was launched by the government, by the president yesterday, to make sure that every district of the country has equipment that they can use for maintaining roads. So basic roller, some tanks, some graders, and so that everything is decentralized and that road maintenance doesn't have to require you to now call HQ and it goes through a whole long winding process. In terms of public admin, Doc, this must be a step in the right direction.
Well, clearly it entrenched entrenches the concept of decentralization in our country, Ghana. And the reality is that it also is going to also improve the extent to which would road accidents in our country would be reduced. When you look at the National Road Safety Commission's reports for the year 2023, 1,539 lives were lost out of road accidents. And this largely is attributable to bad roads, one of the main reasons. So I do think that this initiative is going to help improve the road networks within the country. It's also going to help improve the transportation of foodstuff from the rural areas to the urban areas. A myriad of good things will come out of it. Clearly, the contending argument would be that a lot of times these good initiatives from our political leaders, we see them when we are getting to elections. So that orientation of the DRIP being election-oriented is also getting attrition in the news. And I feel that government, if this is sincere, they should be patted on the back. And clearly, the first thing that comes into mind is the issue of abandoning roads after elections. We saw a related case in Asinov, but that was just an isolated case. This is a nationwide exercise, and we are thinking that government should commit to it, ensure that it is one that is intended towards making the lives of people in Ghana better, and that it shouldn't just be a political facade, and that after December 7th, we would come back to the status quo where we would see machinery packed, yet we do not have good roads on which you and I would travel on.
Sheikh, how significant is the fact that we had a briefing with the minister, local government minister, on this particular, ahead of the launch of this program, and he said bulldozers were conspicuously absent from the stock of equipment that were being given to the district because of the fear that people can take the bulldozers to go and mine for gold and then destroy our rivers like this. So the bulldozers were not part of the complement of this equipment, but you're going to have the grader and the pumps and everything just to make sure that the roads are well maintained. I mean, your thoughts on the DRIP?
No, thankfully I was there briefly.
Okay.
I have to run away from one program to rush join the old man. He was there to say the closing prayer, so I definitely had to be there. Yeah. And he gave me a message. I had to, ahead of his closing prayer, he asked that I extend his appreciation to the president for such a good initiative, because anything that comes with goodness, easing life as part of our governance system, is a welcome news and must be applauded across governments. Yeah. Anytime any government comes and he brings something, if that thing, one, has to do with the well-being of the people, two, will ease their lives, three, in this particular case, even matters of safety in our travels. Yeah. I mean, what is governance about? I think about tangible or functional democracy, and then the theoretical democracy. So if democracy is to be functional and to be practical and operational, then it must be brought to the doorsteps of the people, and they must feel, having voted, they must feel the benefit that it comes. Anything out of this makes democracy dysfunctional and empty theoretical jargon. And that's what we have suffered for a long time. And so democracy must yield a dividend. And that's how the Chief Imam understood this. And so he applauded the president and all those who have contributed, to making it a reality. And I think in the statement of the president, he also mentioned, he cautioned that we should be committed to the good maintenance culture. The good maintenance culture. So that, like Doc said, we don't have these beautiful machinery which are new today. And within the space of, let's say, 6 months, having been set on the road, we see them breaking down without spare parts to even fix them, and so on and so forth. And I think that statement, for me, is something that we must carry. Whether this government continues or anyone comes, they must see this whole initiative in the broader context of national development, particularly the people of the rural domains of our lives. Sometimes I feel worried. I can't understand why in modern day Ghana a woman is just going to deliver and she has to die because there's no good road. I can't accept this in modern day Ghana, because the road is bad, because there's no bridge somewhere, because there's no road. They have to wade through a running stream on a motorbike, and that woman will die and lose her life. So we must say hooray, and we must be happy that any attempt by any government to improve our road network must be applauded. Yeah. But this issue of these excavators missing their road, I think it's a word that we must tell all the politicians to be sincere and be honest and be accountable. The district levels, this MCEs, DCEs, who are going to take delivery of this, we must create a certain framework or regime of law that ensures that there's a close tracking.
They say they have electronic devices on all the pieces of equipment, and they have bold markings also on them to identify you to a particular district. So if we see if the equipment leaves the district to another district,
I hope certain human beings will not have the trick to be able to deactivate those mechanisms.
Yes.
Because in modern day times, we know how people work.
They just hack the system.
Look, Ghanaians, let's be honest. Let's love our nation. Let's not hurt ourselves. You do so only to now point accusing fingers to a government that has brought this. You sit somewhere, you deactivate it, destroy it, you don't maintain it very well. It has been given to you, and when it has been destroyed, the same people come to point accusing fingers at governments. I think we're not being fair to ourselves. And the Galamsey thing, please. I think that the law must be so stringent. If any of these things is found, it misses its way into a Galamsey domain, I don't know what kind of punishment I must prefer. I just don't know. You see, we must begin to find a way to really implement some strict laws here. Because you see, the way I even look at this, if you really take away these machines to a Galamsey site, you know, it's a big human rights violation. I look at it more as a human rights violation. The right of those people in the village. Look, the village people don't need so much. Like the big buildings we see in Accra here. The village person does not need these big buildings, even the hospitals that we need. Just an L shape. Just an L shape. Some few motorbikes. Get a very good doctor. Give him a small bungalow to sit so that he'll be able to come to work.
And they'll do it.
And they will do it. And so I see, and this part of their right as Ghanaians, we are not doing them favor. In fact, this thing that we have done is not a favor to the rural people.
No.
It is their right. So for any MCE to sit down unconcerned for this thing to be taken to any Galamsey side is an abuse of the human right of those who are in there. And Trudge and all those people must come. So must be a way to really account for this. In fact, beyond governments, beyond the lifespan of any government, we must have a system where the continuity of these good initiatives will yield its benefit. So please, the Galamsey is still a menace that we are dealing with. All is showing that we have not succeeded. We've said so many things. All those who are involved, from the chiefs to the police to the military to MCEs to DCEs, who are there seeing these things. So I want the village people or the rural people to really be those who are really watching this. They themselves must be watching this and reporting that aban machine na ezibain what's one from by him kwani na me yehu there wa forward with Galamsey now one ka chairman one for prison. I want the local people, I don't know if there's any Ewe expression we can say to the Ewe people, the Gan and the Frafra, that when you are there, if you see any of these machines missing, take account how many have been brought to your district. How many? If they are 10, and you see them, they are left with 7, trace Those three, where are they? If you don't see it, report the MCE to whoever, and then the president, please, if an MCE sits down unconcerned for any of these machines to get missing, sack him. If he was unable to account for it, immediately get him out of office and bring someone who can really render this service to the benefit and the comfort of rural people who are the bulk of our population, the bulk of our population.
Awesome. I think on that decentralization of services to the people, we can speak with Dr. Eric Oduro-Osai. He wears the hat of Director General of Internal Audit Agency, but he's also closely linked to decentralization efforts, and so we'd like to speak with him right now. Dr. Eric Oduro-Osai, we're talking about DRIP this morning, District Road Improvement Program. Should we be clapping?
Well, thank you very much, and let me say good morning to my good friend, Sheikh, and then Reverend. God bless you for the wonderful work you are doing for Mother Ghana. We always appreciate your contributions, and we are happy to see good people like you advising the whole of Ghana. I think we should be clapping, but the clapping should not end there. We should be able to be involved as citizens to ensure that it is used for the intended purposes. You see, when you look at the nature of our roads in the respective assemblies, everybody is pointing accusing fingers at the local government. Now they've been given the equipment to be able to seal these loopholes. My prayer is that citizens should partner them and ensure that it is used for the intended purposes. Presiding members and the General Assembly should also work with the management committee that will be established to manage these equipment. This equipment should not be politicized at all, because whether you are NDC or NPP, we all use the same road. And if the roads are bad, they are bad for all of us. So I think we should be clapping, but citizens should not sit on the fence. We should partner with the local government and make sure that the resources, the equipment are used for the intended purposes. On the issue of Galamsey, I would encourage Chief Executive and the General Assembly and citizens to open their eyes and ensure that these equipment are used for the intended purpose, not for Galamsey. Every assembly has an audit committee. And let me use this opportunity to also say that the audit committees there are not there to only look at financial performance of the local government. They should also look at the other service delivery performance of local government. So now that this initiative has been implemented, we should try as much as possible as audit committees to monitor through and then get the assembly to submit a work program and then monitor the work program closely so that we'll make sure that we derive maximum benefit from these machines. It is good. It is a good initiative, but it will be as good as the operators or the managers at the local government. If the assemblies and the chief executive fail the citizens, they should not blame government, because decentralization is about giving the development power to leaders at the local government level for them to also bring development to the local people. So local people, open your eyes, assembly members, work with chief executive and make sure that the equipment are put to good use so that in the next 1 month, we should see progress by way of sealing off our potholes in the various local governments.
We thank you very much, Dr. Eric Oduro-Osai, for your comment on this. So people have to look sharp, make sure that the right thing is done. On that Galamsey tip, I was in the Western region yesterday, 2 days ago. We came back yesterday. I'll give you a little report of what I observed on the Galamsey front. So that's something for you to look forward to. Our speaker is in the news, and he's being petitioned by the majority leader, Apenyo Markin. So he's asking him to basically recall Parliament. I want to read something of that engagement before we take our Galamsey video. So Parliament is quite interesting these days. We had a conversation on that. We had a report on that in the news. So let's take a listen to why the majority leader is calling on the speaker to recall Parliament, and then we'll have your comments on that. You're watching GTV Breakfast. So the Majority Leader, Alexander Apenyomarkin, has petitioned the Speaker of Parliament to reassemble Parliament following the Majority Caucus's discontent with the Speaker's decision to indefinitely adjourn session on July 30th, 2024. Mr. Apenyomarkin highlighted the need for the recall to facilitate the discussion and execution of critical government matters. These included action on the financing agreement between the Government of Ghana and the International Development Association, requests for tax exemptions for designated beneficiaries under the One District, One Factory program, the Ghana Financial Stability Fund, and certain bills. So they basically want Parliament to come back so that they can take action on these issues. Well, I guess it's just regular parliamentary business, no be so.
Yeah.
Shake.
I mean, why is the Parliament there in the first place? They have a role to play. They make sure they are an important wing of our governance system, and especially in what law we decide to really make for ourselves in terms of policy that are intended for the good of the country. These are things of importance. Yeah. So if there are unfinished business and we do not have time to waste, and there's the need for the Parliament to be recalled back to session, I mean, why not? I don't know what the consensus approach there is between the majority and the minority, that if there are such urgent matters, why don't we feel the urgency to come and say, look, we have unfinished business and we need to do it as quickly as possible in the interest of the country. So the majority probably must establish the basis very well, very understandable. The minority will listen. They also hear that, look, they must give support to that so that they can come back. I don't know whether there's any opposition to that.
Minority Leader is basically expressing disappointment because the Speaker has traveled. He believes that it is worrying because rules permit a member to preside in the Speaker's absence. Quote, I still hold the view that Mr. Speaker could have traveled to the NCSL in the US, but I don't think that it is more important than government business. NCSL, by the way, stands for National Conference of State Legislatures. So there's some meeting happening there in the States, and majority says,
but how do we create the vacuum in the absence of?
There are rules that
so why do we make him as if he's not there, then the whole business of Parliament must come to a stop? And I think it doesn't, excuse my language, it doesn't make sense. Once the framework of our governance allows, even when the president travels, the next person that comes in is a vice. If the vice is not there, the third person that comes is a speaker. And same arrangement have been made in the, so we have the first deputy and the second deputy. So for his absence to cause the stallment of the parliamentary procedure, I mean, for me, I think we should be practical and also see the work of the Parliament with a certain sense of urgency. Let us not joke with our Parliament. We always have something to discuss. Always, the Parliament has something to discuss. Let's make some flimsy excuses.
All right.
Yes.
Yes.
Doc.
Yeah. So clearly, there are constitutional provisions that dictate how such issues should be managed. So I do think that if the request of the majority meets those constitutional provisions, there is no excuse for Parliament not reconvening. Clearly, so within the ambience of public sector management, there is the issue of impersonality of the public or civil service. So it is not about Honorable Bagbin, but it is about the portfolio. Just like me, at an instance where I am not able to teach because of an engagement, there will be another public administration lecturer who will sit in for me, just like you.
Yes.
When there are issues, somebody else will sit in for you. So as long as the request is in consonance with the dictates of the provisions of our Constitution, I think that we shouldn't make a lot of fuss about this.
Okay. You're watching GTV Breakfast, and we're having a conversation on the issues of the day. Are you interested? Are you excited that your roads in your area will be taken care of pretty soon with this DRIP program that has just been launched? It was launched yesterday by the president. would love to know what district you are in and what's the condition of your roads. You know, it's interesting, but roads can become a national security issue. I mean, because people are blocking roads because they are complaining that they don't have the right infrastructure to move through their areas, and so you've got to move.
Even armed robbers or robbers can take advantage of the nature of the road when there's traffic, or there are huge potholes, and so the cars when traveling cannot drive at a certain speed to avoid the attack of the armed robbers. As they slow down, the armed robbers who are lurking in the bush now will come out, and then will pounce on them and take away whatever they had. So consider all these. That's why this whole project for me is a very good initiative. Once it will clear the road, it will smooth, travel, to avoid the risk of being attacked. I mean, just simple traffic light. I mean, will expose you to. I remember very funny in my life. I mean, some of these robbers, just took away my phone.
Wow, like that. Yeah, it happened to me before.
I mean, in traffic,
they distract you and then they take.
Not far away from the police depot. I mean, the teaching school. There was some terrible traffic there. Before I realized,
your phone is gone.
A young man just came to my side and said, Papa,
exactly that. Same trick.
So before I could turn this, not even the other guy is here.
It's a 1-2.
Then a certain woman was behind me. Then when she saw, carefully told me, row. No, before I could row, in fact, the thing has been taken away.
Gone. It happened to me too.
Oh, I mean, so even the safety that it guarantees and the security it offers, that is why I like the point made by Doc that let us not make politics of this. And happily, look, I saw many members of the opposition yesterday there.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was glad. I saw one. I thought he was the only one. When I sat down, I saw many of them.
They all live in districts now.
That is it. And they were on. And for me, I was glad.
Yes.
That I saw. It's not a matter of MPP, but it's a matter of the nation. And so they were all there. So let us not make politics of this. Let's all support it. And it's not even point that we say, oh, it's in an election year. This expression that we have, we say better late than never. What is good is good.
Correct.
So if it didn't happen then, now it has happened. Let's look at how we can best use it. Probably it could even be, we don't know, I mean, who comes the next government? Yeah. So that, is it going to be in the benefit of the one who comes next? So why should you make politics out of it? Look at the value associated with this. And let's all see how we can really have a Ghana where we will not have any single road associated with big potholes, where our rural folks who are farming cannot cart their products to the market centers where they can make money. I want the road to be so easy. I'm very, very sympathetic to the rural people. Very, very, very sympathetic to them. The comfort that we are enjoying in Accra here. What crime have they committed that they must be denied that kind of comfort and happiness? Is it a crime to live in those areas? So what the government can do to express that, no, it is not a crime to live there, is to extend development to those areas and let them feel comfortable and farm and bring food so that we in Accra here can get food to eat. So it's all about national good.
Yes.
And I hope that all parties will really applaud this initiative and support what is being done.
Doc, any comments you want to make to this?
Well, clearly so. I feel that the project is going to help Ghana in a myriad of ways. One, even our own, you and I, our car maintenance. If you live in an environment where the roads are not good, the rate at which you maintain your car is higher.
Yeah.
So so clearly, so it is going to also that is going to save you and I some level of income on our car maintenance if the roads are good. Healthcare. If you are taking a pregnant woman from Damfa, where I live, to a health center within Accra, you would have to meet some bad roads. And you can imagine a pregnant woman sitting in a car which has a bumpy road. So clearly, that is another issue that this initiative comes in to resolve. Food, I said that earlier, from rural to urban centers. Good roads means food would also be what? Relatively cheaper. Yeah. And also for academic purposes, this also entrenches the concept of decentralization within our republic, especially deconcentration. But there's a bit of conversation that we cannot run away from as Ghanaians, the political bit of it.
Yes.
Now, precedence is a pointer that politicians have misused these relatively in the past. So that is why we'll have to be sounding the caution to the politicians ahead of time. Whether it's NPP that have brought it in or NDC that may or may not come to inherit it, there is need to use it diligently for the purposes of societal good. That is where political leaders we have to start speaking to them right now. Because wherever there is good, we have to make provision for the bad. It is the only way that we can have holistic development.
Are they in your class? You teach leadership. Do you have politicians in your class?
We teach politicians in our...
You teach them? So they come to class?
Why not? We have politicians in our schools, and in my particular school, my university particularly has groomed a lot of politicians.
Are they applying what you teach them in the classroom?
Well, so basically, theory and practice sometimes are different, especially within the ambience of Afrocentric politics. Now, what we learn in the books is expected to translate into the field so that you and I would benefit. Unfortunately, for some reasons, a lot of our politicians are doctors just like me. Others of them have MPhils. Others are even professors. But usually you sit back and then you look at what happens within practice, and that is a total departure from what they learned in the classroom. So sometimes we now have to start setting this agenda for decent political governance. And if they do not, then we can hold them accountable. And the best way you can hold a politician accountable for me is either to endorse them or reject them through the polls.
That's all. Yeah. And the polls are... So on the 30th, we had 130 days more. So now we have 128 days to the election, December 7th, 2024. If you were voting today, what would you be doing? Would you be voting? Would you not be voting? In some countries, it is illegal not to vote. In some countries, you have to vote, yes. But in Ghana, there's no law on it. Yes, but, you see, if you don't vote and then somebody comes in that you don't like, don't complain for 4 years.
Correct.
Because you were not part of the system, so you keep quiet and suffer.
You have to vote and express, because an expression of your view about who you think should come to power. It's also part of your responsibility, as a good citizen of the country. What I want to quickly add is a phenomenon which characterize the limited voter registration: the voting of minors. Voting of minors. And I want to say strongly, with great respect to our politicians, it's a sign of dishonesty that you encourage a Ghanaian citizen less the voting age to lie about his age and register. Indeed, what it says about that politician is that he's not an honest politician. In fact, he doesn't worth being voting for. If Ghanaians, if that child understand what it means that the politician is doing to him or her. Any young person, I'm saying, students who are in school, you are less than 18 years. Think about that politician who encourages you to lie about your age. Please, if you have been encouraged to register during voting, don't vote. On December 7th, to start your life as an honest citizen of Ghana. Because what the politician is doing is destroying your life, using politics to destroy your life and introduce you into a life of dishonesty. Yourself, you cannot be honest. You will grow to become a dishonest citizen. When you become an MP in future, you will not be an honest MP. just like the one who is now encouraging you to be. So that is what I want to say to our politicians. Think about it very well. That if your son, will you introduce your son into dishonesty? Yes. If you cannot do so for your own son, to your own son, don't do it to a future leader of our country. And secondly, I'm concerned about, I saw some video things about defacement of
banners and billboards.
And billboards. I think it raises the tension in the country, and the retaliations that we are seeing is not good for the health of our pre-election electoral environment. And we want to caution, if in the law, the police can take charge of that. If it's criminal, let's see the law enforcement doing their work. It is not good, because once MPP does, NDC will also do. If NDC does, MPP will do. And these two major political parties are our bane of the bane of our peace. And we must be very, very clear in the way that we are seeing it. And so our pre-election political environment need to be sanitized.
Okay.
Need to be sanitized so that gradually we can be moving towards December 7th, and we are reducing the tension as we move on, building trust.
All right.
And then finally we can have an election that is not so much tensed, okay. And we have a good system to track and know the results, how they are transmitted. And the EC must also draw their attention to make sure that they are so meticulous. They're very, very meticulous in the way they calculate results without any shred of mistake that give rise for suspicion, so that whenever the results comes out, it's credible, and whoever loses will take it in good faith that he has lost the election, and whoever wins hooray to that person.
All right. Okay. I'm going to take some messages right now. Let me see. So, okay. Unfortunately, voting in Ghana is like endorsing corruption. Oh, our homeland, Ghana. That's Dr. Anointing. Good morning. Watching from Bulu. Oh, Upper West. So that's the last region I need to visit. Sisala West District. That's where the good maize is, I hear. In fact, the roads in the district, very terrible. Good initiative from the government. So Sisala West, we want to see some improvement in the roads after this drip has been launched. Alhaji Dawuda, District Road Equipment, congratulations to the President of Ghana, Chief Imam, who blessed the equipment yesterday. Sheikh was there. Question to the Chief Imam's rep, how do we handle the concerns of the NDC members of Parliament's press conference, not making them part of the management of the road equipment to the District of Ghana? Well, I would hope that parliamentary MPs are part of the committees, because MPs' jobs sometimes cover more than districts. So in this case, it will have to be the DCE, who is there, and the MCE.
Doctor made it clearly, succinctly clear, that it's a matter now for the decentralization.
Yes.
So you bring development to the doorsteps of the district.
Maybe people would feel better if the DCEs and MCEs were voted upon. Because right now they're all appointees. So you could make the argument that everybody operating these things are all the president's appointees. And so people might not see, for example, if you are in an area which has an NDC MP, the DCE there is not going to be an NDC person. It's going to be a MPP guy because he was voted in by the president. So people are thinking about those things. But we get your concerns. Bernice. Good. We're going to go to Galamsey shortly, but let me just read this one first. Buying construction equipment for the assemblies may sound like a good idea. However, that was once a system that prevailed until the 90s. Ghana's development partners prescribed maintenance works be awarded to private contractors. Direct labor by the assemblies is not really effective and sustainable. Let's promote private sector involvement, says Dan Inkpe. We'll take more messages now, but I want to go and speak with Mr. Edward Karawe. He's with the Ghana Agricultural Workers Union, and he is very concerned about the effects of illegal mining, which is expressed in this bottle of water that I'm holding. This is not coffee and milk. This is water from the Pra, fetched 2 days ago. Mr. Karawe, you are saying, and welcome to the show, addressing illegal mining must be a top priority in the discussions of political leaders who want to run the country. Talk to us about how Galamsey is affecting the people in your union.
Yeah, good morning to all of you. And then I'm honored to be allowed to share my thoughts on this important topic on your program. It's like only when we are ostriches that we will not know what Galamsey is doing to us. Probably what we don't know is about the future, the extent of the destruction, the extent of damage beyond our generation and generations to come. So if there's going to be any policy at all for agriculture, it must be predicated upon the stoppage of Galamsey, because Galamsey destroys the basic infrastructure for agriculture. Now, just some few days or so ago, we had the news that CSIR, that's the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research,
yes,
have come out with some commercialization of cowpea and the rest and so on. You know, that is, it's not a priority of the country for now. You know, because you cannot grow those seeds, for instance, in the sky. You must grow them on the ground. The seed still needs what? Water, you know? And so if Galamsey has destroyed the land and polluted the water and diverted river courses and then killed all aquatic life and any life in the environment, then you should not expect any policy on agriculture to bear fruits at all. So to start with, we should stop talking about policy and do the things that we are doing to destroy the environment for agriculture. And that is Galamsey. I'm saying this because, as you said, you are holding the water there. It is not something that somebody is concocting a story from somewhere. But all of us know that out of 16 regions, 13 regions are experiencing active Galamsey activities.
13?
So, yeah.
Wow. Which ones are free so far?
Well, it's really very difficult because the whole of Ghana is sitting on gold. It is only as and when we discover the gold. But that is the fact. I mean, the point I'm just making here is that, which is clear to everybody, is that the impact of Galamsey is massive for everybody to see. So they must be able to tell us that they are going to abate, you know, Galamsey. If nothing of that nature has come from any political party, then forget it that we can make any headway in agriculture.
What other data do you have? You say 13 out of our 16 regions have people actively being involved in illegal mining. What data do you have on impact on farming, on crops, on irrigation, on livelihoods?
You know, Kafi, one of the things is that, yes, the data is evidence on the market. The data is evidence what we see. We can no longer, you know, dwell on this type of theories where they want you to put it on paper and the rest and so on. We have heard that long ago. We have heard in the past that the planning for food and jobs was 100% successful. What is the outcome? What do we find in the market? So nobody, and you can see that prices of foodstuffs are going up, vegetables are going up, and in any case, there is no way out vegetable production can coexist with Galamsey. Not even any other crop. Even cocoa is not spared. Tree crops are not spared. So you can see that growing increasingly, what we see on the ground is what we should be looking at. And permit me to say that we should not, going forward, you know, indulge in policy intentions. We should be interested in policy outcomes. We should be measuring the value of policies based on their outcomes and not what they intend. Because intentions are like promises. And as you know, in this country, promises are hardly fulfilled. You know? So we should not proceed with the whole approach by indulging on only policy intentions, but outcomes. And I'm saying that the outcomes as we see today, you are holding the bottle. You don't need any further data to show that all rivers within the Galamsey area are polluted.
Yep, that's the data.
Even though you are fed from one river, all other rivers, they are polluted. You may not have the evidence scientifically to say that there's no aquatic life in the river. But the fact is that this type of water cannot be a good environment for aquatic life to thrive.
At all.
As human beings cannot depend on it to thrive, to have a living, no other living organism can also survive in them.
Although I saw some stubborn-looking reptiles who were the only sources of evidence of life in the water. But I mean, those I'm sure they have. It's just crazy. The river was practically dead. I mean, to all intents and purposes, it was a dead river, really.
Yes, and what we are doing is that we are going on a spree, not only to destroy ourselves, but to make sure that the environment is totally destroyed. And that is genocidal, and that should not be permitted at all. I think that maybe, excuse me, it is hard time to probably have someone before some international committees, protocols to account for why we have deliberately chosen to destroy the environment.
You think we should report the government to some international body?
I'm saying, of course, because when it is human rights matters, international bodies come to hold us accountable for either complying with, not complying with human rights. Environmental rights as well.
Indeed.
Environmental destruction, we should also be held accountable and make us accountable, because the effect of environmental destruction in Ghana is far-reaching to the rest of the world. Indeed. That is why today we think that climate change, though we are not the cause of it, we are receiving the impact of it.
Correct.
But we also have our obsession of climate change. When you engage in Galamsey recklessly the way we have done over the years, and then you kill all rivers, you make them dry up, you pollute them, you kill the environment, then you're also engaging in what? Climate change, promotion. What our climate change is when we don't get the rains. Our climate change is when our rivers die. In another country, their climate change may not be that they don't have the river, but that they have more water. So the things we are doing here, are they promoting or seeking to solve our problems? That is having irrigation. And as we speak now, again, it is side knowledge or common knowledge that if you go to the Galamsey areas and you attempt to construct an irrigation dam, what you are going to harvest is only Galamsey water. And the water that you hold in the bottles there is the type of water that you harvest. And when you harvest that water is not good for agriculture.
No.
So effectively, it is not about our policy on irrigation going forward, whether we have resources to build irrigation dams or not. It's about the fact that we will not have any place to even build the irrigation dams. Because
it sounds grave. Can you give us even a glimmer of hope? Is there a scintilla of hope?
Well, there is hope when we choose to change. Hope doesn't come by doing the same thing and hoping for the better. Hope begins to arrive, to be in the horizon, when you begin to change. And that is what we need to change now. And that's why we are asking all political parties to tell us how they are going to make that change so that all of us can have the hope again. Otherwise, hope is eluding us. And even if you hope, if you are hoping against hope, then that is your own palaver. You can choose to hope when there's no hope. So the hope is there. But then the hope will only be visible if we begin to change. So we are asking that we should change so that we can have hope.
So,
otherwise, if there's no change, no hope.
No change, no hope. So what is your template? What is your advice to voters when the politicians come to them or they invite them to rallies? And what should they be asking them with respect to Galamsey?
Well, I think that we have really allowed politicians to get away on many things. When they come, instead of them to be talking about concrete things that will solve the community, they are talking about their opponents. And then you, the media houses, have also given them a platform to do so. Or if you go into the communities, the community radios, mostly they talk about politics, about their opponents and so on. We should hold them on to tell us concretely what they can do. For instance, if you are vying for an MP, and you come and promise the moon, and then they will know that you cannot do that, they should be able to ask you, how are you going to stop the Galamsey there?
Yep.
We like passing the blame to others. We know we are blaming chiefs. We are blaming this. But for me, much as chiefs cannot totally be free from what is happening, I think everything comes back to our political system and those who are at the helm of affairs of our political governance.
All right.
Because power rests with the state, and then authority is vested in the state. So, and all this natural, all these countries' resources are vested in the state for the use for the benefit of all of it. The security forces are there, and so on. Who is supposed to command them? No chief can command them. Even chiefs, when they go contrary to the rules, they are brought before the law. So, when they blame the chiefs, I think that it's not too much a case where you should blame the chief. If any chief does the wrong thing, I think the law must take its own course. Those who are vested with the political power and authority to apply the laws are rather not applying it and, tacitly engage in it and promoting the Galamsey and destruction of our environment.
Mr. Karuwe, I must thank you so much for your thoughts on this. It says Galamsey is the #1 threat to agriculture. And agriculture is not just a big, multi-syllabic word. It also means food. Agriculture is kinky. It's chicken. It's vegetables. It's the things that you put in your belly to go and do your work. The things that make you grow as a human being. And if what people are doing to rivers is causing this, and this is being used to grow your favorite meal, you can only know what the consequences of that will be. This thing is just amazing. We fetched this 2 days ago. The sediment has dropped to the bottom, and it's quite cloudy. When you shake it, you see the thing.
It's concentrated.
It's highly concentrated, and it's really, we killed the rivers. We read about the problem when we were in school.
Yes.
Yeah.
I used to travel, across going to Takwa, cross the river, when Bonsa we cross, we see it so clear. Sometimes you can see even the
bottom.
bed.
You can see the rocks.
The bed, so you can see them. And in those, that's why clean water is life. That's why they say, water is life. I think there's a certain connection between water. And here I want to qualify it and say clean water or good water. Bad water is a devastation. It kills. It gives you sickness. But I don't think that we have still been able to really paint a clear picture about the devastating effects
and the consequences.
And that's why the people do not care, and they can still, because of the money that they get. That's why even those who are sent there to go and also enforce the law end up being caught up in the temptation to consider the pecuniary aspect of the whole thing. I've heard soldiers or police people who have been sent there who have compromised and have ended up being part of the whole thing. For me, it's a shame. It's bad that even chiefs. I think there's a place where they said the chief has banned Galamsey.
Yes,
and he has been successful.
Check on him.
So if his can be a model, why can't the other chiefs also learn and then let's see how we can save our survival. So it's been about national survival, about the water, about the food. Now we are importing tomatoes, and people are crying that the price of tomatoes has risen. But if you are destroying your land, and we have no option but to import tomatoes, you think the Burkina people will give us free of charge? Then definitely we must pay high prices for our destiny.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I like speaking. Give it to me. The local language. Just look at it. One fair. On ya ben kono. Na ehwe nsu nanyim so a onye nkasenkwan. So ehwe no kala na. Pra. No, why don't you? No more bar, Yama enemy, I know what would you, it's Vanzamawa. Cry, roo. It's killing you slowly. It's killing you slowly. And I always say to the Nananum that excavators, when you're taban, so they drive on the roads in order to reach the destination. So please, let's be honest. Yeah. Let's be honest to ourselves. Let's understand the risk that gradually we are killing ourselves. And I am afraid that this has been predicted, that if we don't take care, there will come a time, just like we're importing tomatoes, we will import drinking water. Yes. And I think it's not good for so politicians, like you made a good point. When they meet there, let's hear them also condemning it. Yes. But when they go there, they speak to the people. No, when we come, we will work with you. meanwhile, the place is exactly. Don't worry. This government is like this. That government is like that. When we come, that's how they. When we come, that's how they are speaking. So politicians, please think about Ghana beyond your political terms. Please think about Ghana beyond the 8 years or 4 years of your political power. Please. Before these politicians, Ghana had existed. Okay. And we want them to keep this in mind. Indeed. Doc.
Yes, so Kafi, I want to think that this whole issue of Galamsey is largely being facilitated by our politicians. Mm-hmm. If it is not so, then let them show political commitment. Yeah. Now, in the manifesto of the two major political parties, you would see clear intellectual documentation of how they want to fight Galamsey, NDC, NPP. But you and I, as people of Ghana, the question we should be asking ourselves is, which of them has demonstrated political will to fight it? And for me, as an academic, it is one of the key issues that I'll be looking at going into the 7th December polls. Yeah. The reality is that if both of you represent NDC and NPP, if I ask you, you're going to tell me what you want me to hear. But what I should be doing is to examine both of you, your political parties, which of you made good attempts at fighting the menace of Galamsey. And that is the way Ghana should go now, because our governance system is such that political power itself is more entrenched in the hand of the politician. Politician here meaning the president, the ministers of state, the district chief executives, etc. The extent to which a chief can manage the issue of Galamsey is very minimal. Because if a chief is doing anything that is inconsistent with the environmental regulations, state authorities can come in and stop that.
I'm glad you talked about chiefs, because I just went to Google and I typed in Chief bans Galamsey just to see what kind of stories we have. So, October 2022, Chief bans Galamsey in Sefirosu. February 2023, Jura Bansu Chief calls for ban on Galamsey. April 4, 2024, Ashiriwam Chief wages war against Galamsey. And then 19th February 2022, Jura Bansu Chief makes U-turn on reversal of Galamsey.
Oh, he makes a U-turn.
Absolutely.
He made a U-turn.
Yeah. Correct. So if there are rules and regulations relative to how Galamsey should be managed, my thinking would be that the law enforcement agencies, for some reason, we can speculate that the law enforcement agencies perhaps may be benefiting because some go in there. But if they go in there and they are also benefiting, what is the position of the law? And can the political class not ensure that the laws are being adhered to? So for me, the menace of Galamsey, by and large, the challenge is with political governance. That is the school of thought that I hold. And this can only stop when we, as voters, look into the manifestos and then go beyond the manifestos and say, okay, what is the political commitment you have put behind the words that are printed in your books?
Right. Awesome. Yeah. Great stuff. I'm glad you talked about the point that the chiefs really don't have much power. They don't have political power. Because the chief of Sefirosu banned Galamsey in 2022. And then we find out that in 2024, Court demands evidence of death and cremation of 2 alleged Chinese galamseyers. 2024, court angry over mysterious cremation of Chinese galamsey operations. After the chief banned the galamsey in 2022, in 2023, 4 Chinese and 4 Ghanaians were arrested for galamsey at Joboso. It can't just be the chiefs alone.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
a cabal.
But at the local level, in fact, the chiefs themselves have claimed that in fighting galamsey, they have been sidelined. They are not being brought into the picture. They think that they are more in charge at the local level. Yeah, that's the way they think. So they have the mandate. Okay, and that they are the people that the local people listen to. Okay. That's the way so anything about nation, if you don't bring in the chiefs, I mean they sometimes accuse, and then so we want them to really use their cultural and traditional mandate that the local people listen to stop them from doing that.
I'm glad you said Sheikh. The chiefs want to be involved.
Yes.
So this is what I suggest the chiefs to do. Chiefs, W, Nananum, Nimek, and Name. I don't know how they say it in Fafra. How do you say chiefs? Naduma. This is what I'm suggesting you should do as a child of you, because I'm only a child. So I can only make this request to our chiefs. The next time they come around to visit you, please give them some of the water, especially those of you in the Galamsey areas. Fetch them water like this. Say, oh, you're welcome. Before we talk, you pour some water out for them.
Oh, this one I will endorse it.
Yeah, you see?
It must be chilled.
Yeah, very fantastic. Put it in the fridge. So chill it and say, oh, customer demands that before you even tell us, please. Aquaba. Wisdom. Drink some of this, and then we can have our conversations. Our revered chiefs, this is my suggestion from you, from me, your son. This is how you deal with these guys when they come over to your place. Give them some of this to drink.
Kafi, that is not practicable in recent times.
No. You see what they will do.
Chiefs are losing their mandate from political authorities.
Yes.
Now the relevance of the chief that we had when I was a child, it's not as we have today.
Yeah, it's a symbolic gesture. Symbolic. So if they can drink some of this, it means they endorse it.
Yeah. So clearly, the chief will be opening himself to some political victimization, very likely, if you do this. If you do this to a member of parliament, the president, or somebody else who has state influence, clearly you are inviting war.
So what should the chief? But the war is already being done to us.
So what is a war? So what
these are bullets against me and you.
What I think, systemically, what I think we can do to curb this entire thing is to think. All of us, all Ghanaians, because we know galamsey affects food, affects water, affects the ecosystem, deforestation, a myriad of things. If that is, we've seen it continually, yet those who have the power to curb it are not chiefs, they are politicians. They have the mandate to run the state in which we are. Politicians are good at crafting policies. Behind the policy, there must be political commitment. So look at the 2 major political parties. The drafts of their documents may be brilliant, but are they showing good political commitment at fighting galamsey? If it is no for party B, that is a minus. If it is yes for party A, that is a plus. And I feel that until we start holding political people with political power, not just by their words, but by their deeds, we would have a myriad of these discussions and nothing will change.
You see what happened in Kenya? You see the young people in Kenya? Yeah, the young people, they stopped that finance bill from going. They forced the president to make changes to his cabinet. Maybe the chiefs should also do a Gen Z kind of
you see, against
galamsey. If all the chiefs in Ghana did that,
you see, serving them this like a welcome water for me. It's symbolic.
Yes.
Of the anger
of the chiefs.
You see, it's
a symbolic gesture.
It's symbolic. You see, it sends a message.
Yes.
It sends a message, and I think that any chief who will be victimized because he has done so, his people should be able to rise up
and support him.
And support him
big time.
except if those people at the grassroots also have been influenced. Because great respect for the politicians. This Galamsey thing did not start with the government.
No.
It's been there for all this while.
Clearly so.
And across political regimes, what have they done?
Yeah.
And yet these politicians,
but it's gotten worse now.
If they go to any community, the first where they go to,
we have to say it's gotten worse now.
It's gotten worse now.
Now, yes.
You see, so if they go, whom do they visit? They go to the chief's palace. Anywhere they go to,
you give them water.
If they go to the Eweland, for example,
they go to Togbe's place.
This is my good friend Ewes. They go to Togbe Afede.
Yes, so they should feed them. They should serve them the water.
If they go to Tamale, they go to Yana. So, welcome, Alhamdulillah, Amaraba. Then they bring this. Yes. Then behind this one, then they bring the correct water.
Drink this one first.
Serve this one first. Oh, Amaraba. Wisdom. How do you say welcome?
Wisdom.
No, wisdom. Send us what? Then you present this one.
Correct.
This one for your welcome. Inshallah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fred Awah. Thank you so much. We actually invited the Deputy Minister for Local Government and Rural Development, Vincent Essefua, to come and talk about his own program, District Road Improvement Program, this morning. He turned out the invitation at the last minute, so that is not what is going to come up as advertised. If C drive, you go by land.
Did he turn it down or give some excuse?
Well, he just turned us down at the invitation at the last minute. So, a missed opportunity to talk about your own program, our program. But hey, how we go do it? We have other things. Here we have our power bank. So if the power fails, then something else will happen. So you stick around. There's a feature been halted by drought. So it's not only Galamsey that is buffeting us. All kinds of things are happening with the climate, and that's coming up shortly. Don't go anywhere. This is GTV Breakfast.
Again, thank you for joining us. 2 years ago, this dam, they call it the Duong Dam, got flooded. Heavy rains meant that the banks could not withstand the waters, and the water ran into the farms of many of the people here. they had no choice but to abandon those farms, and now they are just as they were 2 years ago. What has happened is that, on a contrast, to abandon their farms. All this is happening because of climate change. And the agenda is to speak to local communities and then find workable solutions so that we can find a path forward on the matter. The German embassy in Accra is partnering with the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation for this climate talks, and it will go around a few of our big towns and cities in the coming weeks. Today we are at Duong and we'll speak to some of the community leaders. I'm joined by Mr. Albert Nabirbong, who is the assembly member for the Duong electoral area. Honorable Andre.
Thank you, and good afternoon. In fact, Duong has been a very major concern for farming throughout the year. And when this dam issue came, we were very happy, and we're very happy with whosoever that have assisted us in the construction of the dam. But unfortunately, shortly after the construction of the dam, we have some terrestrial rainfall, and that have damaged the entire people farms that were around where the dam is. We farm all year round tomatoes, we farm bambara bean, we farm granola, we farm whatever around. But especially in the dry season, where animals and other things depend on, it was one of the factors for the construction of the dams. And currently, as it is always dry. And people who are making livelihoods have now to travel, especially the youth, to down south for Galamsey and other miniature work activities, because our dam is currently not in use.
What effort has gone into finding somebody to repair the dam to fix the problem? What effort have you done put into that?
Seriously, this dam was constructed by the Northern Development Association. We have written a series of letters to them. They have sent many of their people who have visited the place, and we have also appealed through the MP, the district assembly, for at least for the reconstruction of our dam. But as I'm talking of now, nothing has materialized.
Right. Let me engage a few of your other colleagues so that we see what their experiences have been. I'll be speaking to the chief linguist of this community, who is also a farmer. He grows granuts, he grows tomatoes and yam, and a host of other things. Mr. Martin Wena. Mr. Martin, thank you for joining us. What has been your experience? What has the weather, how has it impacted your farming activities? And Seidu Pomanjo, who is with the GBC's Upper West Radio Upper West, will be helping us with the translation. So I want to find out from you, Chief Linguist, how has climate change affected your farming activities?
Na tiyan suguhin sa kunwa anuwa amantu wawaranya hinga wala am sami yala sing.
To sa kunwa awawa waranga bunga asati yala jama. To tin waranga sing kar tar bum palagba. Sanyanga bumbun zanin bayiwa. So iya dorong akore.
He said by now we should have had farm in the world.
So what alternative means are they engaged? What else are they doing? If farming is not happening, what is happening?
Kwabu yala amatar nimbringa bopana era intara tere yidime wala era piera.
To kwabu yala amatar nimbiricha tini batara iba zatin na bayo ka adam punganda bebe sunnato. So tedama en akwa amira. Ira kwamera to ona men chiaga no so lewul katini an ka sambo nga to banin kuna.
For us here, once the rain has filled us, the dam was our next alternative. The dam too is now spoiled. Now we are living between life and death. There's nothing we can do about it.
That's quite telling. I'll engage Thomas Banoy also, who is a sectional chief in this community, and he's also a farmer, and he does crop and animal farming. Mr. Banoy, I want to know how your personal situation has been affected by these erratic weather patterns.
Sawa sana wa kunwanga wala to sambun sami yala awi kwara.
Mananda warna temambore anyasima wienne atama parent banya sa to warnga men umpil kuwa alama war are te bala nyera sa so tinja ka tingmel lebui tilendanga te banya pampana men waran la te banya so wahala beti nganyam te wahala ba ci wete ben lete men.
For us here, I'm not the only person affected. Almost everybody in my family and people in the community are affected. The rain should have been in long ago. It has failed. And so we don't have anything. What is it that is happening? We can't even tell. But for now, things should have been better, but it is not happening.
I'm sure there are other farmlands that they could potentially go and, put some seeds in which will yield some crops. Is that an option?
In the Boanache, ida nan banga jijala akko kayala nga wantar nan mirkui
to ban panam weda nan le wala ka sabane to man pel fonwar aton irabun kan to kwam nan da arna ada sunatin jama ka tumman ton ko pelbe aban de machine batagna am nyabun kan di.
For us, the erratic weather pattern is a problem, but the dam was helpful. Well, there could be the humid nature of it could help us to do something. But the way things are, we don't have any alternative to live on. So it is like there's no way out.
It looks like the reconstruction of the dam is the one thing that will help the farming community. Is that the case?
Oh, yaga agadi. But so, mbon ba imbibli ni ande membe ba tonna sunamana abunga mbakibe bazaga dansa. So galensi. To tam namen adam nan de membe to da manyere ziyare. Kabana namen antonga nimbi ziyana fishing. When
the dam was in place, we were doing vegetable farming, and my children and other people were helping. People could go fishing and survive on that. Because the dam was out and is down, is not useful, almost all the guys have run down south. And these people are into nothing but Galamsey. So now it's like double loss. I have no people, and then things are not happening the way they should.
Thank you, Seydou, for those translations. I think I'll scoot over to you now, Honorable Albert. So you say that you've written letters to officials asking for the dam to be reconstructed. Whilst you wait for that to happen, what options are available to you? Because you have to make ends meet.
Thank you very much, Mandia. Whatever we are doing to make ends meet, we are trying to change the crop pattern. The type of crops that we used to grow, what can take maybe some 4 or 5 months. If you can get from 2 crops, so 2 months crops or whatever, while we are waiting for the rain. That is what we are trying to change to.
So you are talking about crops that are climate resistant, right?
Yes, please.
Are those readily available on the market now?
Actually, they are actually available, but it's costly. The cost involved. You want to farm 1 acre, you may have to spend more than necessary. And in order to get fertilizer for some of the things, it is not easy. Currently, a bag of fertilizer in my community is more than 500 Ghana cedis. And you can guess how many farmers will be able to account for if you are a maize farmer. That is the major problem we're facing.
I've heard when we were in the Nakore community, the farmers suggesting that we should do animal farming, so poultry and whatnot. Will that apply to a community like Doong?
Actually, we are not actually into major poultry farming, but we are actually into animals farming. We have cattle, we have goats, we have. So the reconstruction of this dam, it depends on not only on crops, but the animals. So when it comes to dry season, where our cattle, our goats, our sheep, and other things also depend on this dam, that is what we are actually crying seriously.
Paint a picture for me, Honorable. Let's step back a bit. What was the water level then, before the floods came 2 years ago? And how would you explain how this happened?
Seriously, before the flood, the water level, it was even more than the average peg of whatever this and that the people have pegged there. It was more than necessary. And as you and I are standing here, even the most tolerant person amount here, if you even enter, as I still talk now, when you enter inside there and raise your hand, you can see. But what I may say that causes this damage of the dam is like work was not done properly. The work wasn't done properly. They just gathered these stones, as you have seen, then added some small sand, and that ended it. Instead of them adding concrete, adding cement, mixing with other things that will make it everlasting, that wasn't done. and that was caused it.
So now the floods meant that more sand came into the dam. What exactly happened?
This is that where the dam is located is joined with so many streams and rivers. And as a result, linking with other 4, 5 communities where the river flow through the dam. So as that terrestrial rainfall came, because they didn't actually mix with cement to get concrete, it was just sand and stone. As the water level increases, it just pushes it away.
So it's become like a marshy piece of land. Honorable, come this way. I see some of the abandoned farms across the way from us, and perhaps we could get a sense of what the waste has now come to look like. So this was an extension of the dam, was it?
Yes, please.
And now all these areas we are seeing here used to be farms?
There used to be farms. All these areas, we even farm along, and even across the distance. We farm when the dam was in process. People bought generators to use that to pump water from the dam to their crops. But because of this torrential rainfall that has caused what, we have back to square one.
What did you use to plant on these farms, some of the crops that you had here?
Yeah, we grow okra, we grow tomatoes, we grow beans for soup, and other crops, watermelon, all other crops that you think that they need water throughout, we grow them.
But today that is not the case.
Today, as you can see, we are in July. July is just ending, but you can see that the place is virtually empty because of.
How many farmers were involved in farming along these parts? I'm trying so that we get down safely to get a clearer view of the situation of the previous farms. So we are at Duong, and the dam is just across from us. That dam overflew its banks due to floods 2 years ago, and now there are no rains, and so the farmers do not even have water to keep their crops alive. What has had to happen is that the farms here had to be abandoned because of the flood waters, and the assemblyman is telling us how they've been coping in the wake of that incident happening. Do you have an idea how many farmers were here and how many livelihoods have been affected by the flooding and now the lack of rainfall?
Thank you very much, man. Most of the youth whose livelihood depend on this dam, whereas, as I indicated, they bought generators and other things that they could always use to do the dry season farming. We have over 1,000 people that depend on this. And animals throughout, other community people, animals equally feed on the dam. Then when they come here to drink water, the people of Donjanga, the people of Pere, the people of Noron, the people of Uolo, and other people surrounding all depend on this dam. So we have over 1,000 people which most of the youth were using it for dry season farming, and then our animals.
GBC, in this partnership with the German Embassy, wants to hear the suggestions from local farmers for what the way forward should be. If you were to name one thing that would help the situation, which could be an intervention, what would it be?
I think our major cry is just the rehabilitation of our dam. Just the rehabilitation of our dam. We don't actually need more, but if the dam is being rehabilitated, it will cater for all other factors.
Right. Let me take the chief linguist also final comment. What one thing would he ask for as an intervention to help them through this difficult time?
Maya kwa kan sori yana ka yela na ba mal tini yan ti yel da na kar konko to kono to soran ni na annas ban sonte ane agomnante ko na ban sonte kal damp ngara li are te ana ye po piero akore.
My only cry is that if we can get support from the government or whoever is concerned to assist us to rebuild this dam, that's my concern.
So 2 calls for a reconstruction of the Duong Dam, and I'll take the last suggestion from Thomas here, who has also been affected. Again, same question to him. One intervention, Honorable Chief, Sectional Chief, what would you want government to do? What kind of support would you want development partners to bring your way?
Ye lumburi na ko eki sore yel yeni anaba malti palunga yala awina hanga bwemboro ko ekui.
So kwala ne sala fanga. Kwala aduni min fanga. So ka akwanga bebe an mamma na sonatin jamaa. So akwanga namba chebana mpana tabanya siyamba ma woni min to kula banko. Bon tona pa tinye yinimbe. So to sorang lana za sobri ka gwamnati bonza iru nan ka an wonto kurunga ko wasan tamalta damnga kar manye bun kangadi.
I am saying that water is life for man and animal. The only thing I'm requesting for is a reconstruction of the dam because we have already lost the period. We can't farm. And the only dam that we have that can assist us to do dry farming is also not in place. So what is it? So I'm appealing to whoever is concerned to come in and assist us.
Thank you so much. And I think we've heard the voices very loudly speaking for the Duong Dam and its reconstruction. The community relies heavily on this dam for its farming activities. As it stands now, floods 2 years ago meant that the dam got overflooded and they could not farm. Farms had to be abandoned because of the floods. 2 years on, they have not been able to get back to farming because the dam is not working. The rains have also not been kind to the Duong community because they cannot also rely on the dam, and there's also no rain coming in from the skies. Their call is for the Duong Dam to be reconstructed. I've been doing this with Mr. Thomas Banoy. He's a sectional chief and a farmer. He farms crops and animals as well. Mr. Banoy, thank you so much for making time. Mr. Martin Rena is a chief linguist of Duong, and he's also a farmer cultivating multiple crops. And of course, the assembly member for Duong electoral area, the Honorable Albert Nabiribong, has also lent his voice to this conversation. My able translator, Seidu Bomanjo, is a presenter at Radio Upper West. And like I said, we are live in Upper West region for this collaboration between the German Embassy and the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Climate Talks is what we are calling it. On Thursday, all roads lead to the Wa Library, where we will be having engagements with other members of the community on how we can fix the issues caused by climate change. I am Thelma Taki. Keep watching GBC. We'll bring you some more.
Live from GBC Studio.
Virtual Sound is the sole distributor for Shure, PreSonus.
Welcome, welcome. We are gradually getting into our weekend vibe. Welcome to the lifestyle segment. I'm Valerie Dansona across all social media platforms. Before we get into our next conversation on money, this is a big birthday. Shouts to Henrietta Aqua Styles from Holy Cross School. This is from your friend Henry Encho, and he's wishing you all the best. Also to my little friend Kweku Odamiansa. How are you? I hear you're on vacation. I'll be seeing you shortly. Back in studio, we're going to be having a conversation on money, financial stress, and anxiety. What are your experiences when it comes to financial stress or anxiety? Do you know what financial stress is or what financial anxiety is? What's the feeling like when you're going through that? And how do you recover from that, or how do you learn to live with that? We're going to have a conversation with an expert who deals with money. His name is Rabbi Odame Ansah. Greetings, Rabbi. Welcome to the show again.
Yeah, thank you so much, and it's good to meet you here.
Yes, indeed.
It's been a long time. How have you been doing?
I'm good.
And are you learning something from the vibes I give here?
Yes, I can guarantee you. Myself and Kav have learned a thing or two. Yes.
Okay, we thank God. And I get reports from other people who are doing well. People calling me all the way from the north and telling me. So we are making impact.
Yes, we are.
We are making impact.
And your TikTok is very popular. Do you want to mention your TikTok handles again?
Yes, when we are closing.
No, mention it before so that they tag us now. I'm on TikTok too.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm also joining the trend now.
So Rabbi Odame Ansah, it's as simple as that. Rabbi Odame Ansah is a TikTok handling name. Ansah is without H, and Rabbi Rabbi Odame Odame, then Ansah. You go there and follow, and then you can get more vibes over there. Yeah.
Yes, please. And if you are watching us and you're on TikTok, take a shot of it and send it and then tag him, okay? Now let's get into our conversation on money and anxiety. So, Rabbi, is financial stress the feeling you have when you have to pay some monies, the feeling you have in your stomach, the feeling of dread, is that financial stress or anxiety?
Yeah, any feeling that suggests hopelessness is financial stress. You look at the future, you look at yourself, you assess yourself, and you don't know where your next money is going to come from. That is where you are entering into the financial stress space. So, and then when you don't know where your next money is going to come from, and it begins to worry you and puts a mount pressure on you, then you have really entered into the stress aspect of finances. Okay. So financial stress can be easily defined from my perspective. It's a condition, and it's a state where you get to, and you are scared of the future, despair. You don't know where help will come from, and you have responsibilities, financial responsibilities to meet. You owe someone, there are bills to pay, your rent is almost due, and there are things you need to meet financially, and you see that there are no hope.
Nowhere to pass.
Nowhere, no hope. That is financial stress.
Okay.
And we've all been there before.
Yes. So how do we get there? Like, how do we get there? What are the things that we do wrong to get there? There are some people who are watching us who are younger, who might not experience this yet. How do we get there so they do not get there?
It's simply by putting disorder in your expenditure. You see, everything boils down to expenditure, the way you spend. It's not the money you get, but when you receive the money, whether little or more, it is the way you spend. Financial stress is cause and effect. Something costs it all the time. And one of the major things that cause it is disorder carelessness in your finances. Yeah, lifestyle that cannot be maintained. Yes, you would live in a certain lifestyle, and that lifestyle cannot be sustained, maintained, and it always lands in your expenses. That is the first thing you have to do if you want to avoid this kind of space called financial stress. Yeah.
How do we create a budget, realistic budgets and techniques, so we don't end up getting financially stressed? How do we create a realistic budget?
I like the word realistic. Then be realistic. Financially, be realistic. If you're not there, you are not there. So let your budget, your planning, budget simply has to do with your sources, all the sources of your income and your expenditure. That's it. Where potential places where money will come from, your salary, your side jobs, and other things, these gifts and everything that brings in money. That is the first thing. And then you know that this is how my money is going to come, this is how much it is going to come, and this is how I'm going to spend it. This is going to be my balance. This is simply a budget. That's all. So be realistic about it. And tell yourself, I'm not up here, I'm not up there, I have not gotten there, I can't pick Uber. It will disorganize my finances and disorganize my budget. So be realistic. And then go with trotro. At times, I remember those times, you will walk a little bit. Because when you trek a little bit ahead and you join the bus trotro from the nest, it will cut down the transportation and you get there. I would rather get there in trotro than people see me walk there. So then I have my duster in my small bag, and then when you trek, you see that your shoe will be dirty.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, so then you clean it nicely before you get to where we are going. So be realistic, be genuine, be sincere to your own finances. Don't defraud your own money. The money is yours. Don't defraud it. You see, don't be a crook to your money. Don't be a thief to your own money. Be sincere to your money. Be genuine to your money.
Be genuine
to your own money. The money belongs to you, so be genuine to it.
Okay. Rabbi, talking about alternative sources, we mentioned how to, when you're budgeting, you look at all the sources of money, sources of making alternative
income.
Which ways or what alternatives would you advise people to put their monies into, considering our current economic status and what's happening across?
Okay, so you made the money. It's yours. Now make sure that you are putting it into where the money will not depreciate in value, the money will not be destroyed, the money will not get lost. So you look at those areas, but all the time, if you want to make money, you look at solving problems. Okay, so what problems are available that you can solve? And then you put your money there. But like I'm saying, make sure that any money that you are getting out of your pockets, ask yourself, what is the surest way to get the money back? Always think about that. I've always been telling people, and I've said that severally, over here on this platform, when your money is leaving you, ask yourself, how do I get it back? Even your offering, even gifts that you are giving to people, you must be sure of how to get that money back. If not from the same person, but from other sources, you must make the money back. You have to be sure. If you don't want to run bankrupt, if you don't want to be broked, you can't be giving money out and not get it back. It's not done. Even Jesus Christ, he gave talents and he came to ask, what did you do with it? And he was seeking interest. And those who didn't work well, he took it from them and called them wicked. So even if God wants back, you must want back. Definitely. you must want back.
Right. Rabbi, how do you manage financial stress while managing debt? Is it possible?
Yes. You see, the first instance of stress is that something caused it. So you accept the situation that this is where I am. I am financially stressed. Now, when you accept that situation, the next thing you do is to reflect. How did I get here? What did I do? What steps did I take? What lifestyle am I living? What character am I releasing towards my finances? How did I get there? So after accepting that situation, now reflect. All right? After reflecting, recalculate.
Reflect,
recalculate.
Okay.
So recalculate has to do with you looking for ways and means to come out of that situation. Consult people. Talk to people. Reach out to people. It's not a sin. Be sincere and go and spell out what you have been doing with your money and the lifestyles you have been living, and ask for advice. Strategies of coming out. If there are lifestyles that you have to adapt different lifestyles. And let the experts tell you, stop this, stop that. I think this place is where you must look at. This character must leave you. This lifestyle must leave you. And be sincere. So that is recalculating strategy. And then the next R is restructuring, rebuilding, restructuring. Stop doing the same things. As a matter of fact, excuse me, the definition of a fool has not changed in my perspective. Doing the same things and expecting different results. You understand? Yes, that's the definition of a fool from my perspective. And that definition has never changed up till now. So stop doing the same things. You will get the same results. You understand? So reflect, recalculate, restructure. That is the basic things you need to do to come out of stress. Now, let me add this. Stress, whichever form it came,
make money.
To make money. So if you don't work hard to come out of this space called stress, and you allow it to affect your body, you can work. So I want to encourage people to work hard on their mental psyche so that they come out of that space called stress, because it can deteriorate your body and your health. And that would also function.
Right.
Yeah. So go for a walk, get some good friends, listen to music, get enough sleep,
dance.
Eat well, dance. You need to come and see me in the house all the time.
Yeah?
I'm a music lover. I do jama. I dance.
You don't say.
Come on. I do jama. I dance all kinds of dance. I do everything.
What's your schedule like tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning?
Yes. Do you want to come back on the show? Tomorrow we have an open jam session at Virtual Sounds. We'd like to see you do a jama session.
Oh.
You have to walk your talk.
Oh, let's push it to next week. No, I promise you next week.
Okay, so our next one will be next month.
Next month?
Yes,
okay,
next month.
Put me on the show.
Yeah?
Put me on the show.
A full jama session with Rabbi.
Wallahi.
We have you on camera.
Wallahi.
Okay, you just... No, let me not move away from our conversation.
Yes, don't move away from
financial
because
space.
you'll be shocked. I don't want to shock you.
Maybe towards the end of the conversation, it's still the lifestyle segment.
Hey,
and you help us distress.
But you need it
to
distress. Watch some kind of movie, some jokes to distress. I watch this I like it so much, and I do it. Come on, I'm obsessed with time.
So can you do the
No, we are talking money now. Let's get to that other side, and then let's see
I like how you distress. I like it.
I distress a lot, and I have a lady who used to send me funny pictures, funny videos. If she's not sending me, then I say, Charlie, what's up? Send me some funny videos.
Make her distress.
Make her distress. You understand? It's very, very, very important.
Right.
Looking at the work I do,
yes.
I need to really distress. And I listen to all kinds of music. All kinds.
Yeah?
All kinds. I don't even listen to the fact that they mention Jesus' name in a song doesn't make it gospel.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah, yes.
Paluta song is gospel.
Definitely. Asida.
Apart from Asida, even Makoma is gospel.
I thought it was a love song.
No, the gospel aspect is the fact that therefore, you find cheche. You see, the meaning of that song says that Mama Namenyano, what I've gotten is the best.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
You know the lyrics, Rabbi?
Oh yeah, I know the lyrics.
Do you want to sing?
Oh, I don't want to sing because we are talking money. Next episode, we will sing. But you see, the meaning of that song is big. It's talking about a woman I have found, and that woman adores me to the extent that she calls me or therefore. Or therefore is somebody that you hold in high esteem. And things that belongs to or therefore, we don't give it out. So boys ne banom bekaso pa. No one catch us so seke. You understand? Yeah. So he insults them, and then she insults them because I am keeping what belongs to or therefore. Na omama koma nye me ya.
Oh, sisifiani be. Wambambe disika.
What's up? So this is, if this is not gospel, what is it?
Well, yeah.
This is gospel.
Preach it.
Yeah. So, and every lady can learn from this. Let your man speak that way about you. Let your man speak that way about you. And tell me if this is not good character.
It is.
Or therefore, yeah, it's gospel for me. And I will listen.
Preach, Rabbi. Then, Rabbi, let's come back to money matters.
Right.
Let's come back to money matters. Now, how do you break the news or communicate to your partner or family members about your financial concerns if you're heading into financial depression?
I don't see why it should be difficult for you to discuss your financial issues with your family.
Okay.
Now, if it becomes difficult for you to discuss your financial issues with your family, then you are proud. Then you are sheshe. You are too known. You are pretending. You have been pretending to them all the time. And that's why you cannot come out boldly and sincerely to tell them, this is where I am. You understand? And we must learn to be sincere to ourselves. So you must be able to discuss not only your friends, not only your family, but your friends. Now, one of the ways to have financial hope is to strategically make financial friends. Relationship, build solid financial relationships. So I want to ask my brothers who are behind the camera, where will your next money come from? Do you have a friend? Do you have a brother? Do you have a sister? Do you have a relation that you can call and say, Charlie, I need 1,000 Ghana cedis now? And the person you is to have this cash bond. It can be colleagues in the office and stuff.
But a support system.
Yes, get people around you whom you can fall on all the time. When my father died, passed on, I everything I bought from the markets for the food to be cooked was on credit. And once in a while when I go there, I tip them.
Okay.
I tip the market women. And therefore when I was going to do Papa's funeral, by Thursday, everything I needed from the market had come. You understand?
Yeah.
And I didn't pay a dime. I went to do Papa's funeral before I came to pay.
That's it.
So build relationships.
Right.
That can help you to, cushion you financially.
So there's a trend I saw, and it was on TikTok, where you have to call a couple of your friends or send them a message and say you want so and so amount. And if your friends are if they're able to come together and give you the amount you ask, then you have a solid group of friends. But then if they are not, and then they're asking you to change your friend circle. How about that?
Immediately. Don't change them because you don't know tomorrow.
Okay.
But build other relationships. I know people, one is sitting in front of you here, who couldn't give something, but can give something. You understand? So you don't know who will be who or will be what in the future. So far as they are not bad friends, don't change them. Tomorrow they can be blessed and they can be a blessing. And so you change, you look for new friends. You understand? Right. Yeah, you look for new friends. Friends, be strategic with that kind of building. And everybody should have those kind of backup.
Okay, we are going to be putting on our screens the phone number. So we are going to be opening our phone lines. You can call and share your experience with us on financial stress or anxiety, if you've ever gone through it and how you got out of it. Our phone number is 0543-664-264 is on our screen now. Call us. Rabbi is here to listen to your experience. And that's the number. It's 0543-664-264. Please lower the volume of your TV set when your phone goes through. We're having a conversation on financial stress and financial anxiety with Rabbi Odame Ansah, and we are at the stage. Bye-bye. So back in studio. So we just went on about friends having a strong support circle when it comes to
system,
friends.
Yes.
Also, how can an individual know that it's time to seek professional help? Are there certain telltale signs to tell the person that, okay, we have a caller from Kumasi. Farouk, good morning. Thank you for calling us. Where in Kumasi are you calling us from?
Currently, I'm calling from Asawasi.
Asawasi. Greetings. Welcome to the show. Are you in financial stress or anxiety?
Sure. I really enjoy listening to the show, but the question I have to ask our professor is, I want him to talk a bit about betting when it comes to financial stress.
A bit about what? Please speak up. Betting.
Can say something about the regards to the financial stress. I'll be very glad.
Right, thank you, Farouk. Rabbi Farouk is speaking about betting and financial. He says he's in financial stress.
Okay, so the name spells it out for itself. You cannot bet your hope on betting. It's a gambling.
Yeah.
So it's 50-50 chance. The little money you have in your pocket, you are going to use it to do chance. You can't come out of financial stress with this kind of game. You understand? And any money you cannot make, you cannot keep, you cannot grow, you cannot invest. So betting, you may have a luck and win.
Okay.
But if you win, how did you get it? You got it by betting. You don't know anything about investing and how to grow that money. And I would say it's not the best way to distress, to take yourself out of financial stress, even though you can win.
Right.
But it cannot be sustainable.
Right.
Yeah, and it cannot take you out of that situation.
Right. Ohene is joining our conversation. Ohene, thank you for calling us. Are you in financial stress or anxiety?
Yes, thank you for your program.
Yes, Ohene, we are listening to you. Share your experience with us.
Okay, that is, when we're talking about financial stress, sometimes it's not too sound clear. When spiritually we are being, captured. So, on that aspect, how do you go about it?
When you think what's happening to you is spiritual?
Yes.
Rabbi, spiritual financial stress.
Spiritual solution, that's all.
Ohene?
Yes.
Okay, so what spiritual solution would you financially advise?
Ohene?
Yes.
To undertake. Okay, so it depends on the faith you profess. If you're a Muslim, I don't know how to handle it, but I know that everything spiritual comes with one, prayer, two, obeying the word of God, walking in the word of God. Those are the two things that I can recommend. Right. That if you want to deal spiritually, you pray to the authority you serve. You understand? If it is God, you pray to God. If it's Allah, you pray to Allah. If you are a traditionalist, you pray. So prayer is the number one. Number two, obedience to the word of God or to the word of the Quran or something. So these are the two spiritual activities anyone who thinks that his finances or her finances has something to do spiritually would have to do. But let me say this. You see, even if it is spiritual, I can bet you it is only 5% spiritual. 99% is you. Take it from me. Anything money, 95% is you. 5% is the devil. So take your destiny into your own hands. We don't deal with finances in heaven. It's on earth. Yeah.
No spirits can take your money.
You see, making money doesn't fall in the equation of prayer. We don't pray to make money. We think to make money. It's as simple as that. If you can get it here, people go to Achimota Forest. See people pray 8 hours. They are poor.
Because they are there on the weekdays when they should be working, no?
Yes. So it doesn't fall in the equation of prayer. I'm telling you. Work. And be smart.
Ohene, are you listening?
And be smart. Stop spending money anyhow. Giving offerings anyhow. Donating anyhow. Have a budget for your offering. Have a budget for your donations. Have a budget for your offering. Be deliberate about the offerings. You understand? Yeah, don't just be emotional. We don't do emotional for money. My book is coming out, The Character of Money. And so you see what money hates and what money likes.
Okay. Dixon is calling us from Tamale.
Yeah.
Dixon, good morning. Greetings. What's happening in Tamale? How are you?
Hello?
Yes, Dixon, we can hear you.
Okay.
Dixon, are you in financial stress?
Yes, please.
How did you get there?
In fact, a lack of savings.
What did you say? A lot of things.
I couldn't save. That is the issue.
You couldn't save.
That is it.
Okay, so now that Dixon, is it Dixon, right?
Dixon, yes.
Dixon, now that you know the cause of your stress, solve it. Discipline yourself to save now. And my number would be on the screen all the time. It's always there. I can help you to cultivate the habit of saving. It's very easy if only you have the willingness to save and you have the willingness to come out of the stress. So after the program, go to TikTok and like the page, and then follow me over there at Rabbi Odame Ansa, and then let's have a conversation over there. Almost everyone that wants me to pay attention to you, pay attention to me by following me on TikTok. That's the only way you can appreciate what I'm doing. Then I also pay attention to you. It's win-win.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dixon. Thank you for calling. So he knows what put him into financial stress.
Lack of savings.
Yes.
Udiska. Yeah.
Rabbi, there's a slow addiction cropping up among the youth, and it's betting.
Yeah.
So around my nail salon, there's a place. So I saw these little kids, like children, wearing their school uniform, some grown, and they were all rushing after 4 p.m. They were all rushing. So I thought something was happening. And I said, what's happening? He said, mobile games for her, a betting center. And I realized that, okay, so I took a mental note, and I realized that they keep going there every day after 4 p.m., and that's after school. That's a slow addiction that's coming up among the youth.
Yeah.
What's your financial advice on this?
First, it will not be financial. First, it will be lawful, whatever, moral, this thing. These kids are not supposed to gamble. Yes, so whoever is allowing the kids to come in must be dealt with in the first place. And authorities that are in charge of that thing should look at it. And then also, those who are grown who are betting, you can only counsel them and advise them. Yeah. And some of them, they have become addicted. But if you are betting, please I can guarantee you, it won't end you anywhere. Yeah. Look for something better and do with that little money you are making.
Right. We have a caller from Tema. Good morning. Right, good morning. Which community are you calling us from?
I'm calling from Tema.
Right, greetings. Which community are you calling us from in Tema?
Morning. I'm calling from Tema.
Right, go ahead. Are you in financial stress?
Not really. I'm not in financial stress, but just that I'm. Yes, please.
How did you get there? Do you know what got you into financial stress? How did you get there?
I'm just in my early. Hello.
Bright, speak up.
Hello.
Speak up. Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Speak
Oh,
up.
I'm just in my early 20s, but just the way I live my life, people just like it. But I'm not just working. Hello.
Yes. Do you bet? Do you bet?
The way I live my life, people thought I'm working, but I'm just a student. So anytime I go to conference and seminars,
Bright, can you lower the volume on your TV? Lower the volume on your TV.
I meet great people that always get close to me.
Okay, so Bright.
And then when I get there too, people thought I'm great working, so I just don't want that title like that, but I'm just too low.
Okay.
Okay.
So you say people use, if I got him well, people perception and people look at him and think
because
that
of how he dresses and his outlook.
Yes, so he should check all those things, you know. If he's not happy with that kind of perception people have about him, then he should work on it. He should stop looking that way.
Bright, hello, Bright.
He's gone.
Okay, but if I know you are watching us, call us back if you can. Do you bet? Please call us back, Bright, from Tema.
Okay.
Okay. The conversation was getting heated with him. I wish we should have gotten him. He'll get back, so we ask him more questions.
Okay.
Okay. So now, how do we stay focused, Rabbi? How do we stay focused? We are everywhere now. You're trying to look for money here. You're putting your monies in here. We are everywhere. How do you stay focused in such times?
You stay focused by having a vision. You stay focused by having a plan. You stay focused by having a purpose for your finances. Don't let any money you have lie down for nothing. Let the money lie down for something. So that is the only way that can keep you focused. You want to reach this destination, and that is what must keep you focused. Vision.
Vision.
Yeah.
Vision to keep you focused. We have a caller from Mamubi, Ahmed. Ahmed, good morning. Thank you for calling us. Thank you for calling us. Are you in financial stress or anxiety?
Yes, please.
How did you get there?
The problem was
Ahmed, we are listening.
I work then I get money. When these betting activities are also bringing me down, and it's like I'm addicted.
You're addicted to betting?
No, like that's how it is. I can't give a stop to bet. I found a way to deactivate my account, so now I'm getting over to it small. But like I want to see how I can also be saving very well.
Okay, Rabbi will answer your question.
All right, so if I got him well, it means that he is able to make money, but he's addicted to doing certain things that takes his money away.
Yeah. He stopped betting now. And he now wants to put his money into alternative jobs, so he wants advice on that.
Okay, so I need to talk to him. Normally, I don't give advice this way. Even if you call me, I need to talk to you and know what you are passionate about and your community, the kind of problems you can easily find out over there and solve. You know, easily that people will be ready to bring money. Right. And the money people will be ready to bring must be more than what you invested into solving the problem. So you need to investigate the person and let the person do a lot of scouting, wrecking of the area, and then we can know the best advice we would ask. Somebody came to me and said, I have this so and so of money, tell me how I can invest. I said, I can't tell you how you can invest, except go and buy gold. Yeah, that one I can bet on it. But if you tell me I want it to multiply faster and this thing, then you are turning me into a magician, and which I can't give any advice on. So people must take their time. They must allow me to investigate them and find out what they can do best and what they are passionate about. And so that if you are even facing a problem and a challenge, you will not stop because you still have passion for that. You understand? It's very important.
Rabbi, there was a statement you made here, Gary is valuable than gold.
It's more valuable than gold. And I still insist, Gary, maize, cassava, and all those things, staple food that we eat, they are more valuable than gold. Trust me. If you do maize 10 acres, let's say 10 acres, and plus or minus you put in about 18,000 Ghana cedis as everything. Okay. Yeah. If you follow the agronomists and whatever they will tell you, if you follow it very well, and you invest about 18,000 or 20,000 Ghana cedis in 10 acres, you are good to go about 55,000. 55,000 straight. 55,000. 45, 50, 55. Listen, gold, the highest you can get is 5%. How much percent have we made? And then, how many people buy gold? How many people buy maize?
But you can keep your bars of gold. What happens when there's a flood and you lose your maize farms?
Every business is a risk. The higher the risk, the higher the profit. So if the profit is high, the profit gold too, you can lose it. You understand? But I'm telling people, you buy gold and put it down, and then for about 1 year, 2 years, it goes up about 10%. Price ups. Charlie, I'm telling you, it is more profitable than gold. What else do you want me to do? You want me to give you figures? No, I will be exposing myself. Listen, it's more profitable than gold. I'm a farmer. Gari is more profitable than gold. People eat gari. Presidents eat gari. First ladies eat gari. Pastors eat gari. How many people buy gold in GBC? How many people buy gobe in GBC?
Yeah,
Kabora money. Go into farming,
Gucci all the time.
Let's go into synergy. I'm giving you a new idea. Go into synergy. YPG, young guys, YPG, singing band, women's fellowship, men's fellowship, workers. You have workers association. Come into synergy. Put 1,000, 20 people, 1,000. You get 20,000. Go and look for a land. Farm. Do piggery. Do rabbit. Do grass cutter. And see how much you make. Farming is the way out.
Yes,
yeah. End the poverty now.